to a start. We're first of all going to discuss the water rate study. I invite our Public Works Director, Glenn Kennedy, to come up and tell us what this is all about.
And do we have Fred on the line?
Do I need to mask up here?
No, on the mic, we'll prefer you don't.
Oh, and you've already got it pulled up. Nice.
Yeah.
Is Fred we're good to go here
Paul's online.
and can hear us and stuff?
This is Fred. I can hear you.
Okay, great. Thanks, Fred. Mayor, Council, so as you are aware, we had a pretty good discussion in the budget retreat on the condition of some of our infrastructure, mainly sewer and water, and went through the first rendition of a water model for the rate study. So I'm just going to quickly kind of do a very high level recap of that and the chronology of where we are. So for a good number of years, we've been operating at just a base level operation, meaning we've just kept things in almost working condition. There's been a lot of deferred preventative maintenance and a lot of deferred capital projects. And we've been doing this with rates and revenues that are not sufficient to even cover that level of service, and filling the gaps with fund balance, which is the savings accounts out of those funds. So the one benefit from operating that is that Midvale customers have benefited from lower rates, but that has caught up to us. It's resulted in aged and failing infrastructure and insufficient fund balances and working capital, which will probably make a little more sense when Fred starts to present. In 2019, 2020, we had a comprehensive water master plan completed. That took into account all of our operational needs, some major capital improvement projects, transite line replacements, storage and transmission projects that are related to contractual deadlines, relocation of critical lines, and to deal with growth, both past and future growth. In addition to that, the master plan outlined $2.3 million in annual funding to replace aging and failing infrastructure. We need to catch up on that deferred maintenance and replace a lot of old infrastructure. So now that we have what we need to do, we needed to try and figure out how we're going to fund that and where we are at. So we hired Lewis Young, RB, LYRB. I can't remember them all. You're all familiar with them, to do a rate study, and that's in progress. So we plugged in just the initial master plan as is, and the model came out with 100+% increase in rates for water. Staff's fully aware that that's not feasible. We worked to cut that down, and we did considerably to what the numbers you saw in the budget retreat. And since the budget retreat,
Yeah.
what
Are we supposed to be seeing something at this point in time, other than your face?
It's just words. They are slides, but I don't. Am I supposed to be plugged in?
I mean, you've been doing great so far.
Okay, there's my words. I just need to move some things that are on my screen that are not on your screen. Okay, So since the budget retreat, we dissected the master plan again for any potential opportunities to push out capital projects. The most impactful are the storage related projects that are timed to be completed with the expiration of a storage agreement with Jordan Valley Water. We have negotiated with Jordan Valley staff on this extension. They seem amenable to it, but it still needs to go through their board. The last time that we approached them, the board was hesitant, but there has been some turnover in the board, which is a benefit. And then we've also met with our representative, Midvale's representative, Reed Gibby. We plan on pushing this forward. It goes before their board in June. We are hopeful that it passes, but that's not a guarantee. We've also reduced the annual recommended amount for the aged failing infrastructure replacement from 2.3 million annually for the first 5 years. So that went from an 11.5 million to $4 million. So fairly significant decrease. But I do need to mention that this type of practice has contributed to where we are. Pushing things off just does not help the situation at all. But we also realize that 100% increase isn't feasible. So when we turn the time over to Fred here to go over the model, you should know that the model is based on the assumption that Jordan Valley does agree to a 10-year extension. So if that does not go through, the numbers will look much worse than what you're going to see tonight. So are there any questions or comments before I turn it over to Fred?
I think one other just quick thing to mention as well is that we are also still exploring other options for other government entities to provide funding for this, including sort of looking to see what's available at the state and potentially what resources might be available from the federal allocation to the state for funding. And then we've also, the mayor had a discussion with congressional representatives or Representative Burns-Owens and discussed some of our need, in which they said that there are programs that we could potentially apply for there. Of course, there's no guarantee on any of that, but we are going to continue to work on those routes in order to try to help with the adjustments that need to be made to rates as well.
Glenn, has there been any talk? I know in the workshop you mentioned an opinion that we may have inherited some equipment that was not ideal and perhaps was known to not be ideal.
I can't. Yes, we took over systems that were not ideal, 2 systems that were not ideal.
So have we explored the option of any sort of legal avenues to?
We have not, but I don't believe that would be fruitful. The contracts are signed in place and it's all done. Going back to 2009 was the first one.
Okay. That's unfortunate.
There may be some strategic opportunities with Jordan Valley to ask for some funding, but that's tricky where we're trying to get them to approve an agreement at the same time.
One of the things that I said in the budget retreat is that, you know, one of our challenges as we go through and discuss this or some of the other items is this idea that, you know, we're looking at these things from our perspective, you know, a decade on or whatnot. And oftentimes some of these decisions came with other issues that, you know, make it more complicated. As Glenn pointed out, there were some issues with storage in the past and some other things that fed into making some of these decisions. But I do believe that we sort of made those decisions with,
I-
with enough information that I think it would be hard to go back on.
Yeah, this
Okay.
is purely assumption, right? But
Okay.
whoever made those decisions at the time, I would feel comfortable saying they weighed the pros and cons, and whatever pros were out there outweighed what we,
Okay. That's good to know.
but I
All right. Thank you.
so just a really quick recap. Number of years, the enterprise funds have been operating on rates and revenues that just aren't sufficient. And I would actually extend that to all of Public Works. So don't be surprised if there's more of these presentations coming. We've only been able to fill in the gaps with fund balance, and that is no longer an option. Most preventative maintenance and capital infrastructure needs have been deferred. The system is showing it. A lot of you and a lot of your constituents have experienced disruption in their water service and among other things. So that is where we're at. So Fred, are you ready to take over?
Yes.
Okay.
Alrighty. Alrighty. Can you see my screen in the council chambers there?
Yes.
Alrighty. So I'll walk through the presentation. I'll go a little quicker through the first couple of slides here, as there's not a lot of change to those slides that were presented in the budget retreat. And then I'll highlight some of our assumption changes and then walk through the scenarios that we've discussed in the budget retreat, and show how those have been updated, and how the outcomes, we're able to achieve similar outcomes with lower percentage changes, as Glenn indicated. Again, those are based on some assumptions with regards to capital improvement needs and how we've pushed some of that out. Again, the key policies that we're addressing here is we're trying to ensure revenue sufficiency, ensure that we build our cash reserves and maintain our debt coverage, and review rates over a 5-year period. We're looking at water and sewer rates. Our methodology, we look at revenue growth, your cost of service, and then focus on a rate design analysis. Again, we touched upon this in our budget retreat, but the city should evaluate these rate studies on an annual basis, especially where we have such substantial capital infrastructure needs and contractual changes that could be influenced over time. This is something you'd want to stay on top of and review each year to ensure that we have sufficient revenues, that your fund balances are growing, and we're maintaining revenues in light of, for example, construction inflation and those types of assumptions. So we typically don't recommend, a full rate review every 3 to 5 years, but just to ensure that we're hitting our targets and staying on top of that. Again, no changes to the assumptions that we reviewed with regards to expenditures and revenue growth. I did want to highlight, as Matt indicated, there are other revenue resources that are being explored, and the model does assume that there is an infusion of grant proceeds or other funding sources to the tune of $3 million to help with capital infrastructure needs. So the model already assumes some of that. In addition, the deferral of capital improvements, that helps to produce the scenarios that we're looking at. So, changes to this assumption, that would be a trigger to say, hey, if we don't get that amount, or if we get more than that, that could influence the needed rates, and so that would trigger a rate review if that were to change. As Glenn mentioned, you're spending your fund balance, and you've now whittled it down to about $500,000 in each fund. So not a lot of starting fund balance at this point, which impacts the ability to live off your existing rates. So as Glenn mentioned, you've been using that fund balance to help mitigate funding gaps, and we're no longer able to do that. When we look at new O&M, we are programming now only one FTE within the 5-year planning horizon. Originally, we had a backflow FTE scheduled for 2025, but we pushed that out beyond our 5-year planning horizon, but we're still showing one new FTE for water. The CIP we have adjusted, so we moved the storage projects out to 2036 and 2037, so they're no longer in the 5-year, nor we're getting beyond the 10-year planning horizon for capital improvements. So now we're including about 16 million. Sorry, I didn't update that. It's more like 11. Sorry, I didn't update that number there. That was what we were including previously in the 5-year planning horizon. We've pulled that down, but it's the 27, 28, 29 years that we're not getting those storage projects. In addition, the general CIP, we've phased that in as well. So we're starting with a general capital improvement project allotment of 500,000 for the first 2 years of the model, and then it phases up to 750 and then to 1 million, and then outside of the 5-year, we get up to the full 2 million allocation that was contemplated as part of the master plan. So we're phasing that in over time to try to build revenue sufficiency to start funding a larger portion of that replacement of your infrastructure. No changes to the sewer components with regards to new O&M and the CIP over the next 5 years. So that's remaining the same with 2.7 million over 5 years for sewer capital needs. Looking at our scenarios, again, we focused on these 3 scenarios in the budget retreat, and I've updated them now based on those assumption changes. So by pushing out that capital and some of the operational needs, we're able to reevaluate these scenarios. The first scenario is the do nothing approach. If we have no rate change, no structural change, what do our benchmarks look like, our performance metrics? Then looking at an equalized annual increase. So just taking your existing rate structure and applying an inflationary increase or a percentage increase, what would that need to look like? And then scenario 3 is a structural change where we're equalizing your service areas and creating one service area and creating a new structure that is based on a 4-tier structure based on water usage throughout the year. So we're no longer looking at a peak versus off-peak rate, which is your current water rate structure. We're doing a tiered approach. So here, the do nothing scenario, obviously we spend what little revenues you have, and then we go negative. We don't have enough revenue sufficiency within your existing rates to maintain that and fund the needed capital. As your utility is affected by inflationary and O&M increases, then your debt service coverage also declines and falls below that target amount. So as Glenn mentioned, we're at a point where it's not sustainable any longer, and we need to look at scenario 2 and scenario 3 and determine the appropriate course of action. So scenario 2 is an equalized increase to all your existing rates. So we're not changing anything. We're not changing the service areas, and we're not changing the structure of the rate. What we're doing is saying we're going to increase rates by 8% per year for the next 5 years. And that allows us to start building back up our fund balance and get close to our target amount at the tail end of this planning horizon over the next 5 years. We're also assuming that the city would utilize some bonding in fiscal year 2023. So in the previous scenarios, we had a higher percentage. We were looking at 11%. So we're able to bring that down, and we were looking at bonding in year 1, and we're able to push that out potentially. Now, you have some flexibility where you could structure that a little sooner potentially to capitalize on low interest rates and get kind of creative with the timing of that debt service. But in the model, I'm plugging that in 2023, so it gives you a little bit of time to structure that. You can see that then helps us utilize, in essence, the increases to build fund balance, and we're utilizing debt to help with capital needs. And then at the tail end, we can start using some of those funds to pay for capital improvements. The model is assuming about $8 million of bond proceeds. Again, that's subject to change. You could, depending on rates, you could increase that a little bit, or you may have to decrease that a little bit. But we're assuming that a decent portion of the capital improvement needs over the next 5 years would be bond funded. You can see that you create some fluctuation in your debt coverage. So that's the net revenues you have available after you've paid your operating expense relative to your debt service payment. We want to make sure that stays at least 1.25 times coverage, which is the orange line there. So we bounce down and then we rebound as we have future rate increases to the tune of that 8% per year. So scenario 2, again, 8% per year with some bonding, but no changes to your rate structure itself. So it would stay with the service areas, all would experience an 8% increase, and you'd still have that off-peak and peak rate by service area. Scenario 3, we are shaking things up a little bit, but the intent is to achieve the same results with regards to our fund balance. So we're seeing that grow, and we're seeing our debt service coverage stay above that minimum amount. Even though we get close to it there, the idea is to try to stay above that line. But here what we're doing is we're introducing 4 tiers, and there was some concern with regards to the multipliers on those tiers that we looked at in our previous iteration. We were looking at the base rate for tier 1, then subsequent tiers being 1.5 times that tier 1 rate. We backed that down a little bit to make it less punitive to higher tiers, which then requires that tier 1 jump up a little bit. So we had previously shown about an 87-cent rate for tier 1. That needs to go up to about $1. It's, we could round it to $1, and then it goes to a $1.50, and then $1.93, and then $2.32 for tier 4. Then once that rate structure is established, then there's an 8% increase, similar to scenario 2, that we would increase those rates by 8% each year and issue bonding to achieve the same outcome here, that we get up to that target amount and stay above our minimum target for our debt service coverage ratio. Again, the big change here is we're shifting to a 4-tier approach to that would be implemented throughout the year, so you wouldn't have a peak or an off-peak. It would be based on usage throughout the year. So if you're using peak usage in January, you would potentially fall into those higher tiers. So looking at the impact of that, when we look at a cost of service analysis, when we evaluated your operations, 50% was considered fixed and 50% variable. So you want to try to cover the fixed expense with your base rate revenues and your variable costs under your usage expense. Right now, you're not quite 50-50. You generate about 44% of your revenues from base revenues within each service area and 56% from usage. The structural changes and the scenario 2 change would, scenario 3 would impact that marginally. You would see it get to about a 48-52 split, so it helps a little bit. And over time, we could continue to evaluate that. When we look at the tier revenue distribution, so that's just the revenues that you generate from your usage, Right now, you get about 36% of your revenue from off-peak revenues and 64% of your revenue from the peak rate in those peak months. Again, we would shift away from that, but it would be somewhat similar in that your tier 1 and tier 2 would be generating about 39% of your revenue, and then your tier 3 and tier 4, that peak rate would be generating the remainder. But again, it's shifting from an off-peak and a peak rate to that 4-tier, and it's applied throughout the year. So again, if you're using peak amounts of water in winter months, then you could still be triggering those tier 3 and tier 4 rates. When we look at the impact of that scenario 3, because that again is some of the council's concern as we discussed that in the budget retreat. And the challenge is right now you have 3 service areas, and so the impact is different for each of those service areas, because in essence what we're doing is we're setting all of the base rates to that service area 3 rate, which is over $21, and then applying that 4-tier methodology to that to scenario 3. So you can see here, service area 1, depending on usage, has the highest impact because their base rate is the lowest between the service areas. And then higher water use generates a higher impact because you would be falling into that tier 3 and tier 4 throughout the year. Whereas you can see service area 3, their base rate is already at that $21, and so they're not experiencing as big of an impact if you're a low or medium water user, because you're staying within that tier 1 and tier 2 category and not really contributing to that peak usage throughout the year. So there's other factors that would influence the impact. It's based on meter size and how much water you use. But I tried to pull a low 3/4 inch meter and a medium 3/4 inch meter, and then a high water user typically falls into that higher meter. So I pulled that for a 1-inch meter. So here you can see the impacts by service area. Overall, it's averaging this. So because we have those 3 service areas, when revenues are pulled into the model, it's an average of all of these service areas that generates the new revenues within the model. But again, service area 1 would have a higher impact because of that lower base rate, whereas service area 3 wouldn't experience as big of an impact because they're already paying that higher base rate. Here are those rates in dollars. So you can see here existing rates by service area, the base rate. Again, just what I was describing, $18 is your base rate for service area 1, and then service area 2 is $20.59, and service area 3 is $21.67. Then when we look at scenario 2, if I just do an 8% increase across the board, you can see those go up by 8%. And then the tier 1 and tier 2, that's really peak and off-peak rates. Those also go up by 8%. So it preserves, that scenario 2 preserves the service areas and just applies that 8% increase across the board. Then you can see in scenario 3, when we apply the 4-tiered approach, you can see that all of the base rates are set to that $21.67, and we're combining. You would no longer have this service area 1, 2, and 3. It would all be a citywide service area. And here are the tiered rates, that 99 cents, $1.49, and going up to tier 3 and tier 4. So that shows you the dollar differences as we look at those scenarios for the water rates. Alrighty, for sewer.
Fred?
Yeah.
This is a very important topic. We are going to start running a little short on time and have a different presentation. So the slightly more accelerated version would be great.
Okay. Here again, not a lot of change here for sewer. We were able to pull the percentage increase down. So in sewer, we're showing a 9% under scenario 2, which is an annual increase that would apply with upfront bonding. And then we had another scenario that shows if we wanted to pull some of that forward to help stimulate the fund, we could potentially do a 10% with 8% annual increases. Here, there's not a lot of difference between scenario 2 and scenario 3. It's it's just a matter of, do we want to pull some of that increase up front versus structuring that annually over time. There's a slight difference in these scenarios due to some rounding in those percentages, but we're achieving that same objective of trying to get to that 365 days and stay above our debt coverage. Here, again, the rate, single family and our production rate, we're not proposing any structural changes. So here it's just a matter of, trying to front load some of that. So scenario 2 is at $27.23, whereas scenario 3 is at $27.50. So not a big difference there, about a 25-cent difference. So that goes through sewer. Obviously, the water is much more complex with the structural change there to try to get a 4-tier approach, with sewer being a little more straightforward, but both showing needed increases every year for the next 5 years to try to achieve that target with bonding. I failed to mention in sewer, we're also proposing some upfront bonding that helped to reduce some of these percentages, but it's about $2 million. So we would look at really a combined piece of debt for both water and sewer to the tune of about $10 million to help with this infrastructure, these infrastructure needs. So sewer would also contemplate a little bit of bond financing, but both showing rate increases over the next 5 years to meet our targets. So next steps, obviously, we would be preparing any final recommendations based on your input tonight. I'll prepare the final rate study with those recommendations, and then it moves to the adoption phase and implementation phase. Any questions on
I have a quick question. The $3 million potential bonding or government grants or whatever. I know that there was just recently passed in the Senate like a Clean Water Act that passed like 90% plus, with like the one no vote coming from one of our senators. But it feels like could be used for purposes like that. I don't know if that's what you talked to with Owens or not, but because it doesn't seem like it went to the House yet, but there could be even other options, I guess, is what I'm getting at.
I'm not as familiar with that one.
Yeah. So there could be other options too that could adjust this number more. Is that?
I would say there are current options out there, but the timing to get those options in place is not
Too far out.
Is too far out. But as those options come up, it will ease things as we move forward. Yeah.
Yeah, I think, Glenn, as you mentioned, that what we're showing is a 5-year horizon, but we have still substantial needs beyond that horizon, and all of those funding sources would help ease that pain that you may experience in the next iteration too.
Other questions for Fred?
Does council have a preference, or do they need more information on the different rate structures, whether it's tiered or more aligned with what we're doing now? Because I think Fred would need that input if possible. And
It seems like scenario 1 is really just not an option, right? Yeah. If we could focus in on those 2 scenarios like that, there's one side that kind of compared them to give us the most information possible between the 2, then we could probably make a decision. At least I don't see option 1 or scenario 1 being an option.
Yeah.
Does everyone else seem to be on board with that?
Yep.
So maybe remove that from the discussion and help us narrow it down.
So if we can get this presentation sent out to you, you guys can study a little bit. Feel free to reach out to Kyle, myself, Fred, Matt, and we can answer any questions and then have a better discussion.
And
that
Glenn,
point.
just, as I said in our budget retreat, if we can just focus on, for the public information, this is what your sewer bill and what your water bill is now. This is what it will be under tier 2, and this is what we think it will be, and to the best of our ability under tier 3. Because I think honestly, that's what most of the public cares about, what their bill is going to be at the end of
Agreed.
whatever we
I was
adopt.
hoping Nora was back there to catch that, but I'll relay it.
So, sorry, going back to sort of, I mean, that's good. Is there any other thoughts or anything on any, particularly the tiering structure? I know we need to come back with both of them, but just, is there anything to dial in as we
And-
look at those any further?
I know that Councilmember Glover had the biggest concerns. Is he dismissed or is he
He's on
remoted?
he's on Zoom.
Okay,
I am right here.
okay. Sorry, Paul.
Yeah, I'm concerned about, I'd like to know, like, again, if we go to the tier system or have those different ones as to what, I mean, you talked about some of the bigger users being government and some of those. I'd like to know, who those were going to be and really how much of that is it. Those that are going to be in the highest tier, who are they? I'd like to know that.
Okay, Kyle, you jump in if I misspeak here, but I know that Dave Stenquist and Fred have been working on that list and coming up with that data. I'm not sure if it's complete or not. Kyle's gonna send it out right now. So you should get that data.
In general, though, it's the government's, so school district, county. There are apartments on that list, and then larger office users.
So that's the type of people that be on that list, right?
Yep.
That's correct.
Yeah, I'd just like to see that so I know what we're talking about.
How much property does the county own in our area?
I think it's their,
They
have the Union Park.
Yeah.
Oh,
they-
yeah,
they-
yeah.
That, and then they've got a shop here as
Public
well
works
too,
facility.
that I think is a pretty high water user.
On that tiered system, I mean, those of us that were on Jordan Valley, we were on that for a year or two before we switched, so
Okay, that's good to know. Hi, what was your thoughts?
well, I don't remember what the rate was at the time. I mean, and it's one of those things of just,
Is what it
the
is.
water is what we just pay it, So, but yeah, we did, well, for mine, I don't remember it being a real big change from going to the tiers, so.
Hey, Glenn, I do have one other question. So if we go to that tiered system and it goes up to those rates, when does the 8% kick in? Is it immediately that year plus the rate increase, or is it next year?
Now, this would be for the upcoming fiscal year, so July 1.
So July 1 would get those rates, but when does the 8% kick in? The next year?
Yes. in the
After those
model-
rates?
Yeah, in the model, the rates are restructured under scenario 3 in fiscal year 2022. And then in fiscal year 2023, there's an 8% increase to those rates. So the restructuring of the tiers kind of captures that 8% that's needed in the first year. But as I showed you, it's, low, medium, and high water users are impacted differently to get that average 8% increase in year 1. And then year 2, we take all of that and multiply it by 8% again, so it's not, we're not double dipping, I guess, that first year in that
Okay.
structural change.
I just wanted to make sure that was the case.
Yeah.
I'm not opposed to doing the tiered structure. I just want to make sure that it's equitable and works for everyone.
Good comments, Paul. Any other questions or comments for Glenn or Fred?
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Fred.
We'll see you
Thank
again.
you.
Okay, now we have Carlton Christensen on the line. Christensen, I'm sorry. From UTA, he's the president of the board. And we'd like to have a review of your 5-year service plan, Carlton, if you would.
Thank you, Mayor. Let me share my presentation if I can and bring that up.
It's up.
Okay. Hopefully you can see that okay. I'm also joined by GJ Labonte, who's our acting planning director and also our director for customer experience. And I'm grateful to have him join me as well. I wanted to maybe before we got into the 5-year plan, just give quickly an update in regards to our microtransit flex route, while and the effect that it will take on August the 21st. Over this last year or so, we've been running a on-demand service more to the south and mostly to the west of Midvale. And that service, while it doesn't directly affect Midvale, the outcome of that has a benefit for us. And that ridership, while it certainly was affected by COVID, had some very promising aspects to it. One of the things that we've learned in that experience is that that area can be better served by this new service, which then allows us to redeploy some of the flex buses that were serving that area and to add them to other routes this August, creating more frequent service. And that some of that service does affect Midvale. We would convert 3 fixed bus routes to flexible routes and redistribute those to approximately, they give us about a little under 17,000 hours of transit. And I just wanted to, I don't expect you to know our route systems. I'm certainly learning those, but what they often do in this current scenario is shift them from a 60-minute time frame to 30 minutes on weekdays and 60 minutes on Saturdays. This is the area that's served by those flex systems, but this is really more important. These are the proposed flex route changes, and I'm just quickly going to go through these routes so that GJ can talk about our 5-year plan. But the third diagram really is the picture that would increase some of the service coming out of Midvale and connecting to other key parts toward the south end of our service area in the Salt Lake County. Oops, I think I went too quick, sorry. I obviously don't get paid for doing PowerPoints very well. But these show you a little bit more detailed some of those route changes. Overall, for us, it takes a little bit more money, but we think at the end of the day, it gets us to better bus service. We're currently going through a process of accepting public comment on these changes, and those riders that will be affected on both ends of this equation will be notified and go through a process. But through the rest of May, we're taking public comment on these changes. If you have constituents that have concerns or questions might arise, we would certainly welcome those comments and want to respond to those. I'm going to turn. Oh, please.
I'm sorry if I missed it. How long is that in process where you're seeking input?
Input will go till May 28th. And information about those changes are available on our website, rideuta.com. If I can, I'm going to turn some time over to GJ Labonte to talk about our 5-year service plan, and then we'll be available to answer any questions you might have. GJ?
Great. We have till 7.
I think that's.
I just want to gauge the. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Good, good. Hey, we can skip through some of these because these are the obvious statements. The region's growing rapidly. That's a 5 million person population for the state. And we all know what it affects. Tailpipe emissions are 50% of the total emissions in the valleys. This is just what we've done over the last 4 years. I shouldn't say we. My successor in this strategic planning department just left last week, and so. But anyway, I'm been very dialed into what this planning process looks like. I don't know how many of you are familiar with the RTP, but those are the plans developed by the MPOs. We have just recently implemented what we're calling long-range transportation plan. That's an internal plan to UTA. The 5-year service plan, which we're talking about tonight, and then we turn all of that over to our operations folks, and they put it on the ground, and then we go all the way back up in 4 years and do it all over again. Next, yeah. So these are the goals. Oops, sorry. These are the Can we go back just one?
Sorry.
That it's okay. The goals and objectives of the plan. Basically, we want to do this system-wide, so that we're looking at interconnectivity, making sure we're serving as many of the appropriate markets as we can. Like Carlton just mentioned, we are experimenting with different modes in areas that may not be served by a fixed route very well. All-day services is a constant comment we hear. And then we've obviously got the new projects, the new capital projects that'll come along. I think the next one is your existing service, if I saw that correctly. Yeah. So Midvale, it's served relatively well. We try and run as much service in and out of that the Midvale Fort Union and the Bingham Junction stations. That red line is a backbone of our track system. And so it's a key to the success overall. I think the next one is the long range plan, Carlton. Oh no, this is the short term. So Carlton also mentioned that we are moving with replacing 2 of the fixed routes or 1 fixed route with 2 flex routes. And if you're not familiar with what that term is, it's basically a fixed route that can deviate for I think is it $1, Carlton? $1.50, something in that range. They can deviate to your front door with enough notice to come pick people up, and it's typically utilized by the people in the community of persons with disabilities. Long term, again, we're looking at. You've probably heard a little bit about some of the canyon discussions, what to do with the crowds and the cars in the canyons. We want to improve service on 9th East and definitely along 78 South. There's been a lot of activity out there, as you know, over the last 2 years. Again, Bingham Junction, key hub. Get as many people to Bingham Junction. The growth in that subdivision or in that development has just been off the charts. Overstock has just been a boon to the ridership there. State Street's got its own plans all the way from Salt Lake City down to Draper for a future BRT. And then we've just recently received some capital funding through the state for some front runner improvements, which includes double tracking. Yeah, this is the long range plan. So this is looking out to 2050. We definitely see the needs. In the short term, those are the red dashed lines. That State Street line that I just mentioned is a critical need. Again, 900 East, serving the Bingham Junction. These are all bus solutions, but again, that's kind of our bread and butter. They carry about 50% of our average daily ridership. And so they tend to get overlooked sometimes, but they're a key component to our current and future success. And then this is our plan. This is the internal UTA long-range transportation plan. And again, you see that it's really focused on the connections. So yeah, we do have some plans in the near-term future for some heavy capital intensive projects for the rail systems. But really what we want to do is make sure that people can get to those connections, or that their first and last miles are covered. So you'll see us partnering with people like Air and the scooter companies, and our van pool's very successful. So it's a shared burden among all of our modes. I'll just leave it at that. Again, the long range, this is the regional plan. We are constantly seeking any kind of federal funding that we can secure. There seems to be grants coming out every month, but we certainly track those down. There's the local municipal, or not municipal, the MPO grants, the CMAQ, and the TIP. Then the state, remind me again, Carlton, 2 years ago, they established the TTIF.
Yes.
That
Yep.
that was a real success story for a partnership with our legislature. The ProPac, we want to open the doors. We're not saying this is the way that we're going to fund some of these things, but we want to look at more sales tax options. We want to look at reinvestment zones and infrastructure districts and partner with cities and counties on those. So we want to leave the sort of the palette of options open for revenue. And to do that, we need your help. So, this is kind of a little sketch my team put together a few years ago of, parity bill. But yeah, we want to meet everybody's needs. There's cars, there's trains, there's buses, light rail, walkable communities, retail, light industrial. We recognize that we have lots and lots of markets to serve here. So, and then the next, so we just want to, part of the reason for these outreach sessions is to ask, what does your community want to be, and how can we help facilitate that? And then I think the last one, it's the last one. So, we're here to open the door to Midvale has just been a leader in land use planning, in my opinion, over the last 10, 15 years. And for lack of a better term, you're doing the right things from our perspective. You're building communities that are really facilitating people, giving them access to opportunities, providing the jobs right in their city so they don't have to drive. All good points.
And we want to also thank Mayor Hale. He's a member of our local advisory council and contributes regularly to the dialogue and shows leadership for within Salt Lake County and certainly within our area. With that, Mayor, I know that we kind of rushed through it. We know you're on a tight schedule as well, but are there questions that you'd like us to respond to?
Yes, are there any questions, council, for our UTA leadership and planners?
No, I would say just our thanks for everything that you guys are doing as well. We appreciate it and we love the partnership.
Well, thank you. It's been an interesting year for all of us, and transit in particular. We're slowly coming back on our ridership, which is an indication that folks are returning back to jobs and school and those kinds of things. And we know that with a little bit of patience, we'll all come out of this stronger. And we certainly are looking forward to those days. And we thank you for the continued partnership.
Thank you. And we hope that you will keep us current as conditions change, maybe on a semi-annual or annual basis. You give us an update.
We'd love to do that. And if you have any needs in the meantime, GJ's folks would love to work with your planners and do work with your planners, and we want to be a partner of theirs as well.
Thanks, GJ, and thanks, Carlton.
Thank you. Have a great evening.
Thank you for your time.
You're welcome. Well, we got about 1 minute before our 7 o'clock time to begin. And I'm going to take advantage of that to read the public notice. This is an electronic and an in-person city council meeting. This meeting will be held electronically and in person. Those choosing to attend the meeting in person will be required to wear a face mask covering their mouth and nose and practice social distancing. The city seeks to provide safe options for the public to participate in person and electronically that comply with state and local regulations as well as common sense. This meeting is broadcast on our city YouTube channel at www.midvallecity.org/YouTube. If you would like to provide public comments electronically, please email your comments to Laura Magnus at lmagnes@midvale.com prior to the completion of the public comments portion of the meeting. You may also submit comments if the mayor and city council open a specific agenda item to public comment. These comments will be read aloud in the meeting and will be part of the public record. When commenting, please limit your comments to 400 words, which translates to about 3 minutes. Include your first and last name, include your city of residence, include the name of the agenda item. So with that, we are 7 bells now, so this is where I get to wish everybody, may the 4th be with us. This is a good day. All right, we've had lots of memes come across our social media for this day, and it's been fun. I want to welcome everybody that is here physically in the council chambers and everybody online. We welcome you to this May 4th, 2021 City Council meeting of Midvale City. We're going to begin with a Pledge of Allegiance, and I ask everyone to stand and pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I'm going to call on our city recorder, Rory Andreessen, to call a roll, please.
Okay, Councilmember Robinson. Here. Gettle.
Here.
Brown.
Here.
Sperry.
Here.
And Glover.
Here.
Thank you.
Present. Thank you, Rory. Okay, our next report is Unified Police Report. And so we invite Chief Randy Thomas to the podium. By the way, folks, when you come to the podium, you may remove your mask. There's ways that people can read your lips for those online.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. It's good to see you all. Being that it's the 4th, I don't have our ComStat reports would give you our monthly statistics that are truly accurate. However, preliminary, it looks like our case count is 867, which is surprisingly low for the month. I would anticipate it about another 100 on top of that. So once I get those final reports as well as the financials, I'll get a summary report out to you. Within that summary report will include, I've got the quarterly graffiti removal statistics for Salt Lake County that shows how Midvale's affected as well as other outside entities throughout Salt Lake County, and gives you a little bit of a gauge where we're at on some of the graffiti removal and the good work those people do. As well as we had our take back the other day, and we haven't had those for a good year. I didn't anticipate as much as we took back, but we took 104 pounds of overprescribed drugs or unwanted product. I thought we were first place, but Kearns did it with about 140. So maybe next year we'll throw a brick in the bottom of the bag or something like that. But I do have those statistics straight from the DEA. So it kind of gives you a count valley-wide where we're at too. And along with that, I think UPD down at our property at Evidence disposed of about 1,300 pounds. So That's a good free way to get rid of that waste. They burn it. The DEA won't put it in a landfill. It's just not within their regulations to do so. I do want to mention there's a new program called Project Safeguard that's a county-wide, many of the local agencies, and I'll name them right here. I've got a flyer and I provided this to Laura, but Bluffdale, Saratoga Springs, Cottonwood Heights, Harriman, Riverton, Salt Lake City, Sandy, South Jordan, Unified Police, and then VEC, our Valley Emergency. All are part of this project where if they identify those that may be suffering from autism or dementia or some kind of physical or mental impairment, that if a first responder had that information prior to arriving on scene or shortly thereafter, dispatch, once it's been verified, will give that to us. So we have more tools in our tool bag to deal with people appropriately. That, may include names, different triggers that may, cause them to become distressed. So it's just another tool that we can do and use to de-escalate the situation, hopefully. But it's a good valley-wide dispatch tool that's coming online real soon. I'm real proud to be a part of that. As far as significant police enforcement and action, a couple of weeks ago, Murray City, their police department had a homicide, and follow-up investigation revealed that the suspect was housed within Midvale. So there was a significant police activity as they ramped up and took that suspect into custody. But I gave the information to the city prior to, let them know what was happening. It was nothing to worry about. It was a safe and good agency cooperative effort to take the main suspect into custody. So I wanted to point that out. Last but not least on my agenda, I wanted to thank Walmart for donating flowers to our flower gardens. That with Lori and Nikki, they spent the whole afternoon putting flowers in. That being said, we were prepping the flower beds last week and we were told we can't water them. So I'll probably sneak out at night with a watering thing and take care of that. But we really appreciate it. It makes the precinct look good. It makes Midvale look good. And if the council has any questions for me, I'll be happy to answer them at this time.
Questions for the chief, please?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chief. We're proud of our unified police department. The next section in our meeting is public comments. Any person wishing to comment on any item not otherwise scheduled for a public hearing on the agenda may submit their comment via email to lmagnes@midvale.com prior to the completion of this portion of the meeting. Items brought forward to the attention of the city council may be turned over to staff to provide a response outside of the city council meeting. So is there anyone in the audience here that would like to address city council? You may come forward, state your name and your address if that's possible.
Hi, my name is Judith Gonzalez.
You may remove your face mask.
I'm sorry.
Again, for those watching, they can read your lips a lot better than hear through those masks.
Okay, thank you. My name is Judith Gonzalez.
I'm Gene Gonzalez.
We have a house right here across 6th Avenue. And last year we've been trying to get this corner house cleaned up. We haven't been able to have any response on cleanup of the house or at one time we were told that they were going to demolish it and nothing's been done. And we try to keep up our yard really good. Our house is the second one up on the north side.
North side.
Yeah. And I know there's been a few others that have complained about it, but nothing's being done. Do we contact code enforcement? Code enforcement don't see anything wrong with it. And like I say, we're waiting to see if anything's going to get done with it.
Also, if they're gonna do a strip mall or whatever they're supposed to do there. Is that in the works?
No plans have been submitted on that, and I will talk to code enforcement about it tomorrow. that house.
And we did last year.
They cleaned it one time last year.
And being that it's right across from Midvale City.
We look at it right out our windows.
Exactly, yeah.
Wasn't it
code
boarded? It was
enforcement?
boarded up at one
Pardon
point.
me?
It was boarded up
It
at
is.
one point.
It still is.
It still is, yeah.
But the weeds are, I mean, like, during the summer, they take over the yard. And then the tree limbs fall and they're left there. The person that owns it, can't they be called about it or notified about stuff like that?
They
Yes.
have been, and we will do better.
Okay, thank you.
One more question. How long does it take to get a demo permit?
It doesn't take that long if you have all the right material. I don't think they've submitted is the issue for demoing that.
See, that's code enforcement told me that they wait for the demo permit.
I'll double check on that, but I had not heard that that had happened.
It's like.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Are there any other public comments from those in attendance? Laura Magnus, have you received any comments on the internet?
No, Mayor, I do not have any comments at this time.
Thank you. All right. We'll now move to the next section in our agenda, the council reports, and begin with Councilmember Quinn Sperry.
Thank you, Mayor. I did have the opportunity to attend with you the conference for the Utah League of Cities and Towns, which was good. Good to get down and get some information and you know, I know I already talked to Glenn about a little bit of park stuff. I need to get it to you, but some good information and had a good conversation with somebody there about ranked choice voting that we'll be discussing as well. Last week, I had the opportunity to go to attend a neighborhood meeting and visit with some of the individuals in the neighborhood just west of McDonald's, and they expressed some concerns. And so, you know, Chief Thomas, thank you for being right on that and addressing some of the issues they had. And I know Matt and Glenn, I just gave that to you today. So, you know, I know you'll be on it. So thanks for addressing that and being in touch with their concerns. The other thing that I had is, we know the legislature just passed their accessory dwelling unit bill to help address the housing issues in Utah, which is a good thing. But it does allow the city to take some steps in putting in some restrictions to address some of the ADUs, such as requiring additional parking or a certain lot size and requiring a permit and a business license. And I think we need to look into that. We've sat in several meetings where parking has been an issue with multifamily dwellings, and now as this accessory dwelling unit bill will go into effect, if we don't take steps before October 1st to adopt a policy of requiring parking, we're gonna run into an even bigger parking issue in our city. So, you know, Lisa, I think we need at least one other council member to be on board with that. But is there anybody else, so that, you know, Lisa and staff can be looking at some options and in those restrictions that we can put in place?
I suggested it when they proposed the legislation in March,
Yeah.
that we should be definitely putting the most restrictive at first to see what it happens. That way we don't get caught in, oh, we missed something, right? And then we regret it. If we can pull back later, that's one thing, but I think we should move with the most restrictive measures that were allowed, including parking.
Okay, that's all I have, Mayor.
I'm good with it too.
Great, that's all I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Bryant Brown.
Yeah, I just have a few things. First, it looks like the Expo Center in Sandy and the Maverick Center in West Valley are now doing no appointment vaccines. So you can just show up in your car in the parking lots and I guess get the vaccines without an appointment. I know that there's a lot of people that were hesitant to go because they either didn't want to set an appointment or, you know, they felt healthy and wanted to wait. So, you know, people that were more likely to need it could get it. So the state has said we're now past that point, and everyone that's healthy should get it. Those that can should, and here's a great opportunity to do that. the news is not great at the moment. There's a lot of talk that we're not going to hit that herd immunity number anymore, and that now it's just going to become a manageable new virus that our kids and grandkids have to live with for the rest of their lives, where people will die from it every year. I understand that we've somehow polarized this into a discussion that's become political, but I personally don't like the idea of another virus that my kids now have to deal with that didn't exist a year ago or 2 years ago. So I would recommend and encourage everyone to go to either one of those places this week. And I think the state still pays for it, so I don't think it actually costs anything. So if you can just make some time to do that, I think that'd be great for our community. Additionally, I don't know what else to do. I've reached out to Utopia Rogers a couple times now to ask him about an update, and he just ignores me. It's becoming kind of silly with the fact that 6 months ago they buried boxes in my neighborhood, and no one knows when we're actually going to get it. We don't need another history lesson from Roger. We need him to actually tell us when that's going to happen. As the CEO or whatever, he does have that responsibility to know. And we all know that Rocky Mountain Power doesn't always play nice. We all know all these things. But the fact that we tore up everyone's yard 6 months ago, everyone was very excited. The whole neighborhood thought, oh, we're going to get this great internet. Comcast has been nothing short of terrible with outages every day. It's very much made people hate Utopia when they can't seem to do anything right with this. And I'm kind of frustrated that Roger won't respond to me. I'll just email him every week until he responds to me. But I don't super like being ignored. I assume most people would feel the same way.
Have you reached out to Kim? I think Kim McKinley that's there is usually the one on top of that, of knowing the phases.
Yeah, that's fine. I still think, he could, at least respond of some way. And just on a lighter note, since that was kind of a serious topic, I just want to go on record that Rogue One is the best Star Wars movie.
Okay. All right.
That's all I have.
I will second that.
Thank you. Councilmember Heidi Robinson.
I
Your
have nothing
vote for
tonight.
Best Star Wars movie.
Oh, wow, that's way over my head.
Okay.
I've been definitely not qualified for an opinion on that. Although I do like Baby Yoda.
Okay.
Just say
Cool.
Not Phantom Menace.
Yes.
Other than that, I have nothing tonight. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Paul Glover online, please.
I'm good this evening, nothing this evening.
Thank you. And Councilmember Dustin Gettle.
Episode 4, A New Hope.
New Hope.
Two quick things. One, in the community where I live, Parkview, we're experiencing some parking difficulties, which may come as no surprise to a lot of people, to the point where our management has actually emailed the entire community asking, if you don't use your car, consider putting it somewhere else. So it's a little interesting, it's a new, this kind of community that we're pushing towards, throughout Salt Lake County, and, just the inevitable that some of us on council talked about, parking issues at the place have come true in just about 2 years. Be that as it may, the big issue of the week that I've been spending time with is ranked choice voting, and just gauging some opinion online about that. Some of you may have saw I posted a poll on Facebook, albeit unscientific. We did get a lot of responses to it. There were 108 people who responded, just if they would like to see ranked choice voting or not. Councilmember Brown pointed out that the poll itself was not in ranked choice style, but 73% of people who responded said yes, 19% said no, 8% said either way, they don't care. So the biggest issue, I tried to, it's easy if someone says yes, you understand why they want to do it. It's new, it's, it's exciting. But I tried to hone in on the no's and see what the hesitation was. And pretty unanimously, it was just unfamiliar. I don't know how to do this. I'm afraid I'm going to screw it up. So, I just wanted to say, and we could talk about it a little bit later tonight, but, it's going to be very critical if we choose to do ranked choice voting, that the education piece is going to be the most important part. of it. So, we're going to have to, we as council members, you as mayor, Laura, if you're listening, I see your face on the screen, so I know you're out there. Rory as well. We're really going to have to educate the community if we choose to go that way. But I was, the poll was what it was. The comments were pretty civil both ways, which, sometimes you worry about, but seemed to be pretty good. I think, either way city will be fine. And that's it for me. And definitely episode 4, New Hope, is the
All
best
right.
Star Wars.
New Hope. All right.
See you later.
Now, next section's my report. Like Councilmember Quinn Sperry, I had an enjoyable time last week in St. George. It was good to get back and bump elbows, fists, slaps on back of fellow mayors and elected officials and the Utah League of Cities and Towns down in St. George. We had a very enjoyable time at Tuacahn the first morning in the cool breeze, listening to Arthur Brooks, who is an author and professor at Harvard University, and talked about how people can get along a lot better. And it was really interesting, and every person can take notes from a speaker like that. It was outstanding. I also, the last afternoon, had lunch, not lunch, it was dinner. They had a Western band playing at the Town Square Park, and my wife and I sat down with the mayor of Mayfield, Utah. That's a little tiny place in San Pete County, I believe. And we had extra unused seats at our table, and the fellow that promotes ranked choice voting came and sat with his wife and sat down with us. And so I bent his ear for an hour or more about postulations, what could fail with ranked choice voting. If you recall last council meeting, I asked Joel, I think was his name, the presenter, to show us a sample. So he showed us, what's the city there by Orem?
Vineyard.
Vineyard, thank you. And they had 7 candidates. And so the form, the voting form is 7 rows, 1 row for each candidate, and then 7 columns. And so my mind projected geometrically, and I said to him, what would happen if we had a rebellion in the city, widespread, and 24 people ran for a city position? I'm thinking mayor, for example. How would that work? And he said, don't know. And then Rory, I gave that comment to her, and she said, right now it's limited to 10. Because I could just see this double wide, tall form, that would drive people nuts. And so they do have those limits on it, which thankfully would be applied.
So Mayor, sorry to interrupt. I asked that at the conference, that same question, and they told me, Rory, you can correct me if this is wrong. They told me you could actually have more than 10, but you could only vote or rank up to 10.
Correct.
So,
You can only rank up
so
to
you,
10.
so you could have all 24, but you could only rank your top 10.
You'll still only have the 10 wide because you can only go to 10.
Okay, so you'd have 10 columns.
You
but
can
might
have like
an unlimited
24 or
number of
50
rows.
candidates, but only 10 will be
The
ranked.
theory being by number 11, do you really want that person to be mayor?
Yeah.
If they're your 11th.
You chose
There's
your
probably only
favorites.
like 30,000, not unlimited,
Yeah.
right? However many citizens are.
Yeah. So it's going to be an interesting conversation we have. And should it be elected or selected, we will, that first election is going to be interesting. I had an opportunity this morning to sit down at the Utah Home Builders Association office in West Jordan, and Representative Burgess Owens was there he's the representative for District 4. Almost all of Midvale sits in District 4. Up where I live, we're in District 3, just about 4 blocks of us. But I got to talk with him about some of the items he brought up in his remarks, and immigration is one that they're dealing with in Washington, D.C. And he mentioned another word, infrastructure. Now, he didn't say much about it in his initial presentation, but when the question and answer period opened up, and I waited till all the home builders got their questions out, then I asked him, infrastructure, tell me about that. What is available? Because our city has got several issues that are just, they're caught up in aging infrastructure and a need for more storage, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And he referred me to his assistant who was there, and they're going to come and meet with us because there's a new funding possibility besides general fund called community project funding. And he mentioned a couple or 3 here in Utah that had taken advantage of that already in the process. So they're going to come and talk with us and our staff and see if we can get an application put together with all of the issues that we're facing with our infrastructure. We heard a little bit about that tonight from our Public Works Director. So that's something we're going to try and pursue to not only, we already are all pulling in people to help us with state funding. If we can get federal funding along with our own funding, we might be able to get some additional funds, make that a little easier. I think that's, oh, and I just went to a ribbon cutting before this meeting. There's a new Quick Quack that just opened up just across the street east of Topgolf, right next, in the same parking lot as Winco, on the west side of their parking lot. So they have colorful bubbles that they will wash your car for, and they do a good job. We've got one up in the Union Ford area, and this is their second one in Midvale. So they're a good company. Okay, that's my report. I'm going to turn it over now to Matt Dahl for City Manager report.
Thank you, Mayor. Given that we're going at a record pace for 2021 in this meeting right now, I'm going to have 2 items. One is Laura is going to discuss Harvest Days, and then I will be officially sworn in since that did not happen at the last meeting. Those will be my 2 items. So Laura, if you're ready to cover Harvest Days.
Thank you very much. I wanted to talk about Harvest Days. We are planning these events in a very short time. So we're going to be needing community volunteers again. The type of volunteers that we're looking for are people that are willing to put the work in, not just by attending the meetings, but the actual day of the event. They're willing to take off the whole day and come out and help us with all of the different roles and responsibilities that we have at the event. Harvest Days Festival will be held on Saturday, August 7th. And the block parties and bingo night, Hall of Honors, an art show will be held the week before that. You could go on, the public can go on our website at midvallecity.org/Harvest Days to stay tuned with all of the different updates that we'll be providing and also to look up the dates. And I wanted to see if any of the council members were interested in serving on the committee. I will be posting it on social media to see if any community members are interested, but I first wanted to reach out to the city council before I did that. So is anyone interested in serving on the committee?
I would be.
Okay, that would be great. Thank you so much, Heidi. Council member, sorry about that. I appreciate that. And are there any questions about Harvest Days before we move on?
Glad to hear it's coming.
Thank you so much for your time.
Great. Let's swear.
Can I take my mask off? Are you good?
You're good.
How about if I just stand here so we have a distance? Or do you want to come down?
Oh, let's go down.
Okay.
Who's got the camera?
Everybody. Everybody has.
Matt, would you do some pictures of, Matt, will you take a picture, Matt? Just don't get me in it. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna give you a copy, but you gotta promise not to get ahead of me.
Okay.
Okay? Okay, raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name,
I, Matt Dahl,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support, obey, and defend
that I will support, obey, and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Utah
and the Constitution of the State of Utah
and the laws and ordinances of Midvale City,
and the laws and ordinances of Midvale City,
and that I will discharge the duties of my office with fidelity.
and I will discharge the duties of my office with fidelity.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
There's two of them, one for you, one for me. I haven't done that in a long time.
Thank you, sir.
Now I get to do it twice tonight.
Matt, we're just missing your daughter dancing in the
I
background.
know.
Actually, that is where she's at, dancing class. Right
Oh,
now.
okay.
So,
Thank you, sir.
thank you.
For your information, I should have announced this earlier. Kyle Mara, our current finance director, has been selected as the assistant city manager. And we'll get him sworn in today.
It's on the agenda.
If there'll be a vote.
I just want to point out, like,
Spoiler alert.
last week, Matt wasn't wearing a tie the day that we did it. And then Kyle, it's the first time I've ever seen him without a tie. I don't know what happens when we like.
There was a lunch incident.
Fair.
That's funny.
All right, welcome aboard, Matt, officially now.
Thank you.
Do you have anything else you'd like to present?
That is it for me for this evening.
Okay. Then we'll move to our department report, Public Works Department. Again, Glenn Kennedy, you got a lot tonight, didn't you? You pulled a long straw.
Okay, we've got a few topics to touch on tonight. I'll try and be quick, but a couple of them are a bit important. We good? Okay, cool. So I know that you've heard rumblings about a sewer vacuum system coming into the system over at Bingham Junction. The developer is ready to start constructing that, and in preparation for that, we sent 4 of our sewer folks back to the factory where this is made. They went through some very extensive training. It was very productive in a number of ways. When I say we, myself and the utilities division have been a bit nervous about taking this on. It's very new technology, at least in this part of the country. But the training went really well, and when they got back, they felt much more comfortable about the system, to the point of I asked them, moving forward, would you like to stick with traditional gravity system that we have or move to this? And they paused and thought, which was telling. But then they thought that this might be a better option. Just to give you a quick, because I'm not fully versed in it yet, but the comparison that I have come up with, it's kind of like a central vacuum system for your home. Okay, so we will have a vacuum station building, and then each home is going to have, I'm going to get the wrong, a pit to their home that the sewer lateral runs to. It's going to have, I did not mean to do that. It's going to have an atmospheric pressure valve actuator. So when the pit starts to fill up, the air pressure changes, the valve notices that, opens up, and it gets sucked away. A lot to work out as we go through it, but it was really good timing to get those guys back there so that we can review plans correctly and know what we're looking at and make sure we get the right things. So I just wanted to touch on that really quickly.
Glenn, is that for the community at Bingham Junction and 7th West?
It's for the Jordan Bluffs.
The yet to be built?
What's
stuff?
that?
Is it
Yet
for like
to be
yet?
built? Yeah, there's a
Okay.
portion of that development where, due to the cap, we sewers gravity fed and they cannot get grade.
Are we paying for this? That was my question.
They are paying for the installation, yes.
But is there an added cost to the city to have this?
Yes.
Mostly in training and getting up to speed on it.
Okay.
Never having operated it and knowing what parts are going to fail and that kind of thing. I can't answer the question.
Okay.
Just to
It-
clarify.
Glenn, to help with that, it's probably a reimbursable item to the contractors through our RDA, isn't it?
So they're
Yes. I stay out of that portion of it, so
So
I'm not as well versed.
Just to
there.
clarify a couple things. So yes, this is in the Jordan Bluffs reimbursement agreement, what we did is we identified items that had a additional cost beyond what would occur in a normal development. And so while they wouldn't necessarily cover the entire cost of the vacuum system with reimbursement, they would cover the difference between the cost of installing a normal sewer system and this vacuum system. And so as part of what we're reimbursing with those funds. And then the other thing I just wanted to just make sure it was clear though too, is that the standard practice in these kinds of developments is that they would install this system and then we would take it on. The difference here is the type of system versus not the fact that we're just taking, let me say that a different way. Regular sewer or gravity fed or this system, we would take it on in every other situation. The difference here is that it's two different systems and that's what Glenn is explaining the difference on.
Any more questions on that one? No? Okay. I want to say it was Councilmember Brown that brought up the KSL article on Governor Cox and the watering instructions that he's given to the state. So just to touch on that really quickly, we already pretty much operate like that. There's a few anomalies where we just can't. For example, the Main City Park and Bingham Junction Park. There's a lot of area to water. We can't get through all the stations in that amount of time. Most of the time we can. It's seasonal. As things heat up, we don't have an option. The park is open till 9 or 10, so we lose out on 3 or 4 hours of watering opportunity then, and have to try and fit it in till the next morning. We do our best, but those are two areas where, or two locations where it's difficult. And on top of that, those are our most used turfed areas. And so that turf takes a beating. And with the disc golf course, it's even going to be exasperated. So we're trying to balance water conservation, public perception in regards to not watering during those times. And also public perception when it comes to maintaining their assets, right? It's their turf, and if it's yellow, it's not great. And we've got, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars of plants out there that we're responsible for. So we work towards that already. We will continue that effort. When it comes to shutting things down during rain events, our system does not have the rain sensors or soil moisture sensors in the bulk of our system. There are some soil moisture sensors in Bingham Junction, but they were not, a good portion of them weren't installed correctly, and we don't know where a lot of them are. Kind of got lost in the shuffle during that development. So we can go out and shut things off manually if that is what council would like, knowing that there are hundreds, literally hundreds of locations where we are going to have to physically go out, shut it off, and then do the opposite after a rainstorm. I think that might make sense in a 3 or 4 day rain event. If it's just a short-term rain event, I don't know if the return on investment is worth that. We will be pulling people off of their normal duties and losing those services, and probably end up paying overtime to do that. To get everything required to run with the rain sensors or soil moisture sensors, extremely large investment, hundreds of thousands of dollars.
So a few questions. What is our time period? What is a reasonable time period for us? Right. So not watering between 10 and 6. What does that look like for us? 11 and 5? Because you said you can't quite make that work. So
Correct.
I would like to project how we can get as close as possible. Right.
Currently, we can operate that way.
Okay.
Okay. But as things heat up and we need to apply more water and run zones a little bit longer, we'll probably be running past the 10 a.m. part in certain areas of the city. The main city park, Bingham Junction, and for sod establishment in
which I think everyone would find that. I would think everyone would find that pretty reasonable to water sod establishment for a burial plot. I just want to make sure, because it does in that order recommend that cities and counties follow suit, right? And obviously, we don't have the same resources as the state in a lot of instances.
And again, we give some personal opinion here. I don't know if the state necessarily has those resources. I think the intent behind it is just to bring more awareness to it, and it has done that. And we are operating, as efficiently as we can right now.
Okay. And that's also included delaying watering as long as we can.
We've pushed off watering. Sorry, I didn't go through the first paragraph. Some of our folks that are responsible for the turf, they've wanted to get watering already, and we've held them off. But Monday, we're firing up the cemetery and a few other places.
So just as a quick question on that first paragraph, though, did we miss an opportunity to flip park strips instead of putting new park strips in with grass? Should we have done something different?
There are those possibilities that probably would fall under planning, and then maybe some coordination with some grant programs and things. But if the grants aren't available, then we'd have to come up with some funding to do that.
Because to be honest with you, that's where I get 99% of my complaints. It's not like the football field's being watered. I think people understand, hey, this needs to be watered. It's like it's raining, it's 12, and the park strip in front of the park is being watered.
Yeah.
So I guess, like from a practical standpoint, the 10 to 6 might not work at all the times in the heat, like you said. But if we could look to ways to, reduce some of those areas that just are not usable, that do generate, a lot of the complaints, we should.
Yep.
That could be how we could contribute to this awareness. I know it costs money and time and whatever, but long term, there's water issues.
Yep. No, I get it. That's actually that's a good point in that we can work on. At least if we have to water, in that no period, we could strategically place where that's taking place and not road frontage on a park strip. So we'll look for those opportunities.
Great. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. I don't know if everybody has gotten the word or not, but Andrea Andresen has put in her notice, and her last day is May 20th. She's
moving. I am disowning her.
Yeah, me too. She fills a lot of roles and has a lot of institutional knowledge. She's been here for 12 plus years and been at least peripherally involved with everything public works during that time. Over the last couple of years, she's taken on a new role as kind of office manager. She manages the cemetery and the record keeping, which is very critical and very important. The records retention and that process is very important and somewhat complex. She manages that spatial generations, which is the software to help us keep things organized there. She manages the parks and operations and maintenance, landscaping, doggy pots, playground, irrigation, baseline, which is our irrigation software. It's fairly complex. And then she's also been a project manager on multiple projects, the Adams Street Park coordinating with UDOT, Bingham Junction and Blue Line, Founders Park takeover, the disc golf course. She manages the solid waste contract, and on and on and on and on. So I have been strategizing on what to do and how to replace this position. And it's really kind of like 2 or 3 positions. And so I won't go there quite yet. So I've come up with kind of an org chart here, and I've discussed it with Matt and Kyle, and they're amenable. But I would like to ask for a deputy director or an associate director position. That position would take over kind of the professional project management items that Andrea was taking. The operational parks operation items would fall under Alan Hoyne, who's completely capable to do that and take that on and has the availability to do so. It would also, well, to be quite frank, I'm spread fairly thin, and there's a lot falling through the cracks, and a lot of that has to do with employee training and growth and certain programs that we need to implement and get efficiencies. We know where we're all at fiscally, right? So I need to do everything I can process-wise to cover some efficiency gaps and make things more plausible. So the deputy director, as it's laid out here, I would still focus on the utilities and fleet and facilities. The deputy director would take over the receptionist and the cemetery, the parks, and also the streets and storm divisions. They've kind of been, I won't say neglected, but they don't get as much attention as they need. I'm gonna go back, actually. How do I go back? So this was my last slide at the budget retreat that I really kind of just skimmed over. But these are some of the problems that we're working to solve within Public Works. Refer to the iceberg again. I need to make sure that everything is seen and everything is communicated, and this person will help do that. We need an overall systems and process review, creation, and implementation on record keeping and data tracking, and we need to make sure that we're using the right metrics. Right now, we don't track a lot of data, and we need to, because if you don't have anything to measure against, you can't improve. We need to make sure that employee reviews are accurate and relevant and hold employees accountable. Get the asset and work order management re-implemented. Keep moving forward on the GIS data. We need to get the right people on and off the bus and make sure they are in the correct seat. And this is part of that plan, if approved. And we really need to focus on building human capital and growing our people and get us a succession plan in place. I am partial, or I think it's good practice to promote within where you can, but sometimes it takes going out of house to accelerate that process, and I think that's where we're at. There's going back to me being spread a little too thin. There's a leadership deficit in Public Works. I can't give all of the attention that the managers and frontline staff need to be trained up and become experts in their field. And that's where we're headed. When it comes to cost, Matt, Kyle worked it up that there will be an ongoing increase of about $48,000 annually for this position. I have requested that if approved, we get moving on it quickly so that there's some overlap with Andrea and who's replacing her, so that they can get caught up on some things. The return, an extreme acceleration of improvements, efficiencies, process creations, leadership, learning growth, all of that within our team. I'll get there. Focus, support, and training on all divisions, frontline staff to managers. We have good people. We really do have good people, but we don't have experts in their areas yet, and we need to train them up. Less stuff falling through the cracks, both known and unknown, and it gives a plan. My plan is to retire in 5 years, and I want to have
What?
some. Yep. I have 5 years left in the system, and I want
It's
to
a
have
weird
it.
place to announce that.
Yep. But it's part of the plan. I need to set this place up so it's better than when I found it, and work through hiring someone better than I am so that they can train the next internal person to take over and be better than that.
One other thing I'd like to add to this Dower presentation is that when we go over the goals later, as well as the water rate issues and things that we were talking about earlier, is that we're looking on taking on throughout all of our utilities, millions of dollars of additional capital projects and maintenance work. And that's everything that we're talking about there is on top of what is already being done by that department. And those are some of the things that figure in as well to at least our recommendation from the administration, that this is something that we think that there would be value in creating. Just wanted to add that.
I don't mean to be a downer, but I speak in reality.
This
At least my reality.
I was definitely not expecting this when I saw your name, that Andrea and Glenn are leaving within the next period of time. This is not how I was expecting your presentation. I was ready to talk about water.
Glenn's presentations are always interesting,
Yeah.
if nothing else. And I
Unexpected.
I
think
hang out in left field a lot.
we don't know what to say when you're done, so.
So really what we're looking for tonight is kind of a nod to move forward with this plan and get it going forward. There will need to be some budget amendments with the costs here that Kyle has said would be fine. So if council has any more questions or any further discussion on this, I'm more than happy to answer. But I'm just looking for a direction now.
So it's just gonna take $48,000 more than what we had planned to pay already.
Correct.
Okay. I mean, seems reasonable.
Correct.
Does that include total comp? Is that what that is? Okay.
Yeah. That's what I
Yeah,
said.
Kyle's, he takes it all.
And then just for one more clarification on this, so then this isn't an official item that's on the agenda for a vote, so it really
Yeah,
is
correct.
just sort of a
Just kind of
nod. If there is no opposition to it, then what we would do is return when we come back with our typical end of the year budget amendment to make that change to address this year. And then we would look at including this increase into the final budget that you would approve in June.
If her last day is May 20th, do you want, well, I know you'd probably want to hire someone tomorrow if you could.
I'd like to get the process started tomorrow
Okay.
if things go well, and then
That's my question. Can we start that process so that you're not waiting until July 1st?
yes, I've trying to been, with the 2 weeks somebody needs to give, and I think we can make it work if we get on it immediately.
Have we put this into the tentative budget that we're going to talk about tonight?
Yeah.
Kyle says yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Kyle shook his head. So Glenn, sorry I asked you guys to hang the banners a couple months ago.
Yeah, that's what,
That's my
that was the
bad.
catalyst. That was Andrew's gone, dude. It's your fault.
That's why you wanted to strangle me. I get it now. I understand.
Yeah, there's a lot, but we can do it. It's just gonna take a little time and a little resource. Are we good to move forward?
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Okay. Thank you very much.
I would say rather than dour, you are a doer, Glenn. We have
Try
appreciated
to
very
be.
much your work and will as you bring this department up to speed.
Thank you.
In the next 5 years.
One thing about a Topsy, you can leave it and it'll just keep running for a long time. Okay, our next section is a public hearing. I'd like a motion to move into a public hearing, please.
Mayor, I move that we
Mayor?
move into a public hearing.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to move into public hearing. Any questions or comments? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. We're now going to enter a public hearing to consider adoption of the Midvale City Fiscal 22 tentative budget beginning July 1st of this year and ending June 30 of 2022. Kyle, all yours.
Thanks, Glenn. I get to follow that. Mine's a little more upbeat.
When are you retiring?
Yeah, do you have an announcement to make?
So I have 10 years left in the system, but I won't be retiring in 10 years. There's a little problem with health insurance.
Can we talk about how it apparently is like being in prison, being employed?
You gotta get in this system.
Well, I started right out of college, so I already have 20 years in the system. Tonight, I just want to go over the tentative budget. We've discussed a lot of these components already in previous work sessions, but I want to go over some of that and then delve a little bit more into the things we didn't have a chance to talk about in those meetings. So first, especially for the public that's listening, I do like to just give a general overview of what the budget is and how it's organized. There's a perception in the public that we just take all of the money we collect, the utility bills, the taxes, it all just goes into one big pot and then we just allocate it out. It doesn't work that way in government finance. So it's organized into what are called funds. I like to think of it more as separate checkbooks. So every line on your utility bill goes into a separate checkbook or fund. So they're accounted for differently. So in a lot of ways, it's like the city is operating multiple businesses at the same time in terms of its finances. There are different types of funds. The one you'll hear about a lot is the general fund, and that handles most of the core services the city provides outside of what's on your utility bill, such as water and sewer and stormwater. But the general fund covers the important things that we provide, such as police and streets. And unlike a private enterprise, our budget focus is on operating activities. So we look at the revenue that comes in and the services that we provide going out. With that being said, resources or the assets in the accounting term or liabilities, what we owe, are important, but normally it's not the main focus in a lot of our funds. So just at a high level, the tentative budget has total revenues of about 20.5 million. That's about a 7% decrease from our current fiscal year, but that is because we did receive 2 million in CARES Act funding in the current fiscal year. If you exclude that, it's about a 2% increase. And our total expenditures are about 21.5 million, or a 1% increase. One main thing we have talked about is the use of fund balance, and fund balance is our savings account for the next year of about 1.2 million. Using that will still leave us with an ending fund balance or savings account of 18%. Our financial policies require or recommend at least 15%. The state requires us to have at least 5%. I've listed out here what those use of those one-time funds are. The one I've discussed quite in length is using 265,000 to bridge that gap between our homeless shelter grant drop, and we've discussed at the budget retreat our plan on that. Some other things is funding our 2022 harvest days. I will be bringing a budget amendment next month to fund the current year's harvest days. One thing we've been doing in the past is putting budgets between fiscal years, and there's expenses between fiscal years, so it makes more sense and it's easier to account for if we just budget in one year and then just carry it over. 125,000 in grants, so that's our Midvale Arts Council grant, CBC, Boys and Girls Club grant, 78,000 in IT projects, which I will get to later, 12,000 in budget software to helpfully automate this budget creation process. And I did discuss that a little when I discussed the reorganization plan and finance. 74,000 for fleet vehicle replacement. So reinstituting that charge, we charge all the departments every year to help build up that savings account to replace vehicles when they are ready to be replaced. And then right now the budget is $33,000 for the election. Of course, that's before tonight's decision on ranked choice voting. So that number may change.
Kyle, real quick, with the
Yes.
fleet replacement, I've said it in past years, are we looking to at least consider more fuel efficient vehicles in our fleet, electric, hybrid, et cetera?
Glenn could talk on that more, but he has been looking at more fuel efficient vehicles for the fleet. No decisions have been made at this point, but he is looking at ways we can stretch the dollars we are putting into that fund.
Okay, cool.
So this pie chart shows our budgeted revenue for next year. As you can see, 69% of it is taxes. So that includes property tax, sales tax. A small portion, 12% is intergovernmental. That's mainly our shelter grant. And then we receive a little over $1 million in Class C road funds that's used for road maintenance. Fines and forfeitures, it's not showing up. That is around 8%, even though it's not on the graph, and so forth. And then the graph on the right shows out of the taxes what the breakup is of that. So of our total taxes, 61% we receive is from sales tax. Property tax is only 19%. That's another misconception, is that we are collecting large amounts of property tax. The majority of what's paid on a property tax bill is actually going to the school district, over half of that. So 20%, 19% is for property tax, and then you can see the other taxes make up around 20%. So some key revenue trends. One is on property tax. We won't know our final number. The state will calculate that for us. We get that in June, but I'm estimating about a 2% increase due to new growth in the city. Sales tax is up 8%. So if I take all of the taxes together, it's about a 5% increase. One thing we had discussed with last year's budget was we were expecting a sales tax drop due to the pandemic. That hasn't occurred. However, I'm still being cautious with the estimate because there's still the unknown what will happen when we return to normal, or what the new normal looks like. So I have left some cushion in there from some estimates we've seen. One of the decreases is in permit and plan check fees. So we did have the Zions Bank project in the current fiscal year. We don't know if and when another big project will be coming on that scale. So to be conservative, we are proposing to decrease those revenue budgets. And due to some of the legislative questions on that, administration is proposing using one-time funds to just close that gap this year. And then once we have a more concrete resolution on that funding, we'll bring forward any proposals or have those discussions at that time. On the expenditure side, of course, our public safety, our police is very valuable and important. They are our largest increase at $354,000, or about 4%. As I mentioned, the election and our grants. We are proposing an employee merit and COLA increase that will be about $115,000. That's fully loaded with benefits. Harvest days for next year, restoring that fleet replacement contribution. Glenn did ask for additional funds for signage because the current budget is not sufficient, and there are some needs there that 20,000 would help cover. And then 509,000 going to capital projects, which we'll discuss during the discussion item later on tonight. Here's a graph that shows our overall expenditures by type. So 44% is public safety. That's in line with prior years. It was 42% last year. As you can see, administrative services is about 11%. So that's our finance, courts, and IT, with courts being the largest budget there. Public works, as Glenda mentioned, is about 2.6 million. So that includes streets and parks. Community development at 8%. and transfers out, which we'll discuss a little bit in the future. So that's for our debt service, our Utopia pledge, and capital projects. And the one on the right does show the split by type. So as you can see, the red, or 46%, is our contractual services. So that includes UPD, animal control, our contract building official. Personnel is 29% of that, and operating is 13%. You hear a lot of times people say, well, you can just cut something. It's much more difficult to do that when so much of your budget is contractual items and personnel. So really the amount that is quote unquote easy to cut, although no cut's easy, is only about 8% of our budget. So new this year is I did create a debt service fund. So previously our debt service payments were included in the general fund, which is okay if we only have one or maybe two debt obligations. We did add a new one this year with the CHD parking structure loan, which the developer is paying for, but we have to receipt those payments and we're responsible to make sure the state receives their payment on it. So there aren't major changes in the amounts on the debt service, but I did move it into its own fund to be tracked separately. So on capital projects, and I said, we'll be discussing this later tonight. I was trying to think of a way I could show it that wasn't the horrible Excel spreadsheet and trying to show that on the graph. That was painful for all of us. So I did split it between three columns. So one is general. So this is general fund money that's funding it. The next is sales tax. It's that quarter-cent sales tax that's restricted for transportation projects. And then that third one is new this year, House Bill 244, which will allocate us $500,000 a year. So the sales tax and HB 244 have restrictions on what it can be used for. Sales tax is similar to the prior year, where we would allocate $100,000 to sidewalk, curb, and gutter replacements, and then the remainder would go to our pavement management program. So that stays the same. And HB 244, as we've discussed previously, would go to reconstructing and redesigning Wasatch and 700 West. So that's seed money for that. Over on the general side, some of the major projects would include additions to the main park, improvement fund of 180,000. Community development did receive a couple grants with grant matches, a trails grant, and then there's another grant, a visioning grant. Long-term planning was a main priority of our administration. So we are proposing to fund both a Parks Master Plan impact fee study and a Transportation Master Plan impact fee study. The next is adding another 50,000 to our community swimming pool account to save up for that project. The next is the information technology needs assessment projects, which I have a greater discussion on during our discussion item on what exactly that is. Main Street utility upgrades, and then improving and making sure our city facilities are maintained well. In the water fund, I did want to discuss this a little bit more since we haven't really discussed it before. As you know from our workshop, we are having continuing discussions on the water and sewer rate study. Because of that and not knowing which direction the council might go, I did prepare the tentative budget assuming that no water rate increase would be approved. So currently what that means is we're able to cover our operating and debt service expenditures with the revenues, but there really is no money left over for capital projects, which has been historically, we've been using fund balance for. So with this assumption and no rate increase and all of the with this budget adopted, it would essentially deplete our fund balance we do have in the water fund. I do have this chart just showing that 97% of the revenues for the water fund do come from charges for services, so from utility bills, hydrant meter collections, and that type of thing. On the expenses side, I did list out some of the significant expenses. As we've discussed, we're to year 3 of our meter change-out program. So that will take care of the majority of our meters that aren't estimating correctly. I am requesting 40,000 to address meters that are outside of the program that are failing, especially larger meters because of the amount of revenue that they generate. I'd rather get those replaced sooner than later. Overall, that will increase the cost $29,000 to what has already been budgeted in the prior year. The Public Works Director requested an increase in his electricity budget to cover those bills. Another thing is I've gone through and looked at where things are being charged. The general fund was previously paying for the credit card processing fees for the utility bills, and then we were charging a percentage back to water. I thought it'd be better to directly charge that to the water fund. That way, if there's any savings, the water fund's capturing those savings and not the general fund. We are also recommending $20,000 to do a water impact fee study, and then a placeholder for future capital projects of $500,000, and that's been consistent we've done in years past.
And a chlorine system
Yes, and that has been in previous line items. Glenn requested a more dedicated funding source for that to make sure that there's costs on that.
There'll probably be some updates to that.
Glenn,
Do you
microphone.
want me to go through it now or no?
There will be updates. I think that's good for now.
One of Glenn's major requests that we aren't recommending for funding due to lack of funds is he did request a vac truck for $510,000. That is built into the water rate model that Lewis Young, Robertson, and Birmingham is working on. So it would be a future year project within that study, within that model. Over on the sewer fund, it is similar to the water fund. So I did prepare a budget assuming that there was no increase in sewer rates. Currently in this fund, the revenues aren't sufficient to cover the operating expenses and the debt service by about $200,000 a year. Using the assumption of no rate increase, it would use about $335,000 of the fund balance we do have, which is about 70% of that fund's fund balance. Just another chart showing about 98% of our revenues do come from charges for services. So what we bill out on the utility bill. Some significant things in the sewer fund, it's less than the water fund. One is the credit card charges, similar to sewer or water, that would be paid through the sewer fund instead of being charged to the general fund and then be charged back. There was some line item maintenance increases Glenn had requested of about $6,500. We are requesting $60,000 to update our sewer master plan and then also do an impact fee study. Glenn did want, Public Works Director did want $50,000 to start an infrastructure maintenance savings account. And I have to say my favorite thing on there is he asked for something called a muffin monster. That was the laugh. Yeah. And then, yeah. And then South Valley Water is planning on doing a trunk line project and then an emergency air pipe repair. So our portion of that will be $65,000. In stormwater, so we did have should be sewer not, or stormwater not water. So we do have a master plan and rate study that was funded in the current year due to the water and sewer rate study. We are planning on starting that next fiscal year. So until that study's done and the findings are discussed with you, we aren't recommending any rate increases. Within the stormwater fund, the revenues are sufficient to cover the operating and debt service, and there's about $36,000 extra. Overall revenue wise, we are expecting, just due to new growth in the city, a 3% increase, which is about $57,000 of revenue. So that just to be clear, that's not a rate increase. That is just growth within businesses and residences in the city. And then a small decrease to other revenues, which are a very small part of their overall revenues. And that really is because I do look at trends, and you know, we're having less just other revenue come in. On the expense side, same thing with the other funds, the credit card charges being directly charged to the stormwater fund. We are also requesting $20,000 to do a stormwater impact fee study. The Public Works Director recommended funding a Utah Pollutant Discharge Elimination System Program, or UPDs. for 35,000. And then we had an additional 36,000 of revenues that I placed into a future capital projects line item. Street lighting is fairly similar, so no rate increases being recommended, and we are seeing, due to just growth, about 22,000 of additional revenue. There's a few increases that we're recommending. One is for postage to cover the utility bills that go out. Once again, the credit card charges, with also an increase in the electricity budget, and then an increase in equipment, supplies, and maintenance. Sanitation is similar. We were fortunate enough to be able to cover the increases in our tipping fees of $1 per ton and the waste disposal fee contract CPI increase with the existing revenues that we have. What we had budgeted for the tipping fee increase last year came in a little less than we were expecting, so we were able to absorb these increases this year without a rate increase on sanitation. Fleet fund, the main thing is reinstituting that fleet department charge to the general fund. As I had mentioned, Glenn is looking, Glenn and our fleet manager are looking at different vehicle options to stretch our vehicle dollars. They are also doing a more targeted approach to vehicle replacement. Previously, we would use a formula to determine what the salvage value would be and a number of years to determine if the vehicle needs to replace. They are looking closer at if it really is time to replace the vehicle and if that makes financial sense. There's just a couple small operating increases being requested, 5,000 to the parts budget, and then adding a tool allowance for the mechanic. And overall, the scheduled replacement is 13 vehicles, and you can see the departments on there. In the IT fund, there's a few projects we have discussed. Replacement of 2 servers that are at the end of their life, replacing our Nimble storage, and possibly transferring 100,000 from capital projects through a reallocation to start putting seed money into the information technology needs assessment project, which I'll be discussing during the discussion item later. So with that, before the public hearing, are there any questions?
Questions for Kyle from anyone?
I
Thank
think
you.
we say this every year, but it's not that we don't have questions, it's that we've asked them and they've been answered thus far, and we'll have a more robust discussion in the future.
This is a public hearing, and so anyone in the audience would like to comment on the budget as it was presented? Seeing none, Laura, did you receive any comments at the website concerning our budget?
No, Mayor, I do not have any public comments.
Thank you, Laura. With that, I'll open it up to discussion of the council before we close the public hearing. Actually, I could close the public hearing now. Entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
Move that we close the public meeting.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Any comments or questions on that motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Any opposed? All right, our public hearing's closed on this budget, tentative budget. Okay. Discussion and action.
We need a motion to adopt.
What's that?
I'm sorry, we need a motion to adopt the tentative budget.
Exactly.
Yes.
Any discussion before we take action?
Just real quick, Mayor, thank you, Kyle, for putting that together and again, explaining it in a way, not that you need to dumb it down for us to understand, but maybe you do. And
Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
we do appreciate it. And I would just say for the record, there are a lot of cities that are in a lot worse situation than we are. You see some of those numbers, you're like, wow, that's surprising or scary, but we're sitting pretty good in comparison to some of our neighbors, and that's something we should be happy about.
Other comments? I'll entertain a motion then.
Mayor, I move to adopt resolution 2021-R-14, adopting the Midvale City tentative budget beginning July 1st, 2021, and ending June 30th, 2022.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Discussion or questions on the motion? Hearing none. Rory, would you ask the question?
Yes, Councilmember Sperry.
Aye.
Glover,
Aye.
Robinson. Aye. Brown
Yes.
and Gettle.
Yes.
Thank you. Good work, Kyle. We'll now move to the consent agenda. We have two items on this agenda: to consider the minutes of April 20th, 2021, and to set a date and a time, being June 1st, 2021, 7 p.m., for another public hearing to consider the Midvale City Fiscal 22 final budget, which begins on July 1st, 2021, and ends on June 30, 2022.
Mayor, I move that we approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve this consent agenda. Any comments or questions? Rory?
Councilmember Glover,
Aye.
Robinson. Aye. Brown,
Yes.
Gettle,
Yes.
and Sperry.
Aye.
Thank you. We'll now move to our action items. The first one being to consider resolution number 2021-R-15, authorizing the mayor to enter into an interlocal cooperation agreement with Salt Lake County regarding real property located at approximately 7188 South Union Park Avenue, Midvale, identified as parcel number 22-29-202-060, and approving the related term sheet detailing the term conditions and process to surplus the property. I believe this is the property that has the old Cox home on it in the middle of Shops at Fort Union.
It is.
Nate, would you fill us in on that then?
Sure. I'll walk you through this agreement. This is a bit of a complicated agreement. It has several parts to it, and so I'll kind of walk through how those work together. Just to first start off from a high level view and narrow down on the property. This is a plat map of the Shops at Fort Union. And as you see all the different lots in there, right in the middle of these is a yellow lot that is owned by Salt Lake County. And then in the middle of it, we're going to zoom in. In the middle of that is another lot that is owned by the developer who owns the surrounding. So this parcel kind of is a donut with a hole in the middle and properties around the edge of it. The lot 17 that you see there is the one that has that reconstructed historic Cox home on it. And then on the Salt Lake parcel itself are several historic elements, a marker, a piece of a historic wall. And so that's kind of an overview of the lot. What we're doing here is the county, through the interlocal agreement, is willing to transfer this lot over to the city with several conditions on the lot regarding the historic elements that are there. And so that's what the interlocal agreement is between the city and the Salt Lake County on how that lot is going to be transferred. The second part of this is once those obligations are accepted by the city, how the city is going to pass those obligations on to the developer so that this lot can be redeveloped and all those historic elements can be moved to a different lot where they can be utilized by the public and enjoyed in the same way, or even to a higher level than where they currently are located. And so within, I just summarized a couple, some of the main points to this, but within the packet that you have the full term sheet and then also the full interlocal agreement between the city and the county. But part of that is to provide a written approval from the Cox family, the county, and the Utah Sons of the Pioneer that they agree to the relocation of those historic elements to a different parcel. that's actually located closer to the historic Fort Union area. The way that we're going to do this, the second part of the agreement is the city will receive a perpetual easement on that new piece of property where the Cox home and the historic elements will be located that kind of secure that as the landing spot. The developer will move all of those elements and cover that cost, provide the land and the easement. And in order to ensure that that happens and to give comfort to the county and to the city so that the city isn't taking on a burden here, there'll be an escrow agreement in place for 125% of the anticipated cost to relocate those that will be kept in place until the relocation is done. So that's kind of the emergency. What happens if this doesn't get moved correctly? And all of this is set up on an extremely tight timeline where the developer needs these elements to be in place to go forward with their partnership by the end of this month. And so we've worked really close with the legal team. Lisa and Garrett have put a ton of time into this, making sure that the city is protected, making sure that we meet the timelines, and that we're doing everything according to state code and state law, that we're following all of those procedures correctly. And the way this is set up is the transfer won't happen until all of the elements are in place from the developer that makes it so the city can go to the county and say, we've met all of the obligations of the interlocal agreement, and then they can transfer the property within that amount of, within 2 days of that, we can transfer the property and have all of these assurances that everything will be done correctly in place. And the sign off by the interested parties, the county, the Cox family, Sons of the Pioneers. So the term sheet is the second half of that. We have the interlocal agreement that says how that transfer happens from the city to the county, or the county to the city. The term sheet outlines how the city is going to fulfill all of those ILA obligations. All of the costs related to this will be covered by the developer. The parcel will be assessed, and so we've already secured someone to come in and assess the property and the landing, the new property, to make sure that we have values on that. And then all of the terms and conditions of the ILA will be passed on to the developer. Like I said, the perpetual easement will be put in place within this month. The escrow agreement will be put in place. And then the developer will also provide a full relocation proposal that has a site plan, that has estimated costs, that have a timeline, all of the necessary components. And that will be something that they're able to take to the county, the Cox family, and the Utah Sons of the Pioneers, show them this is the plan for how to move it. This is all of the different elements. Here's the site plan, so that when those groups are signing off on it, they actually see the timeline. They know exactly what's going to happen and how it should happen, as well as having that escrow funds in place in case anything should go wrong. The developer will cover all of the costs of maintenance of the current site now, during the transfer, after, if there's any. And then the developer will also maintain the new location, including all the historic elements. And so that will become sort of a public feature that the developer is maintaining. So it doesn't put any of that cost on to the city. As I said, the developer is responsible for all the third-party costs between the city and the county transaction. The property is sold as is, so there's a lot of easements and different elements that need to be fixed on the property. Those are going to come from the county to the city. Those are going to be passed right on. So there's no expectation that the city will be clearing any of those obligations from an easement standpoint. And then before that property is transferred by May 30th, all of the ILA provisions that the city is taking on will be sewn up and cleared. So we actually know how that process is going to work. If that isn't done within the next month, then the agreement becomes void, and the transfer never takes place between the county and the city. So to show what's happening visually, because we've been working on it a long time and I'm not sure how well it is, how easy it is to follow what I just explained. The blue arrow here shows where the property is, where that will be located. This is the current area, so it's landscaped, but it's also very, it's a steep area and it's not the most accessible area. The new proposal would go down here, which if we zoom up would be this area here. So you can see the house, you can see the monument. And then here's just some renderings. So these will be part of the proposal site plan that will be taken to those different groups, including the county, to show this is how it's going to look, this is how it's going to be in place, this is what the costs are. But as you could see, the developer has a plan to really improve the site, put up some additional plaques with the history of the site, and reconstruct or move all of those elements that are required. Here's a couple of other just viewpoints on that. So that is a very summarized version of a very complex set of process. It's really, it's not just one agreement, it's really sort of a three-party agreement, and several of those parties have all sorts of different considerations that they're working on and different partners that are working on it as well. As you could see, the timeline is extremely tight. So we're asking that City Council, if you agree with this agreement, approve it tonight. That would allow it to go to the County Council on May 18th. We will have the appraisal back, I believe, on May 18th as well. And then the developer on that term sheet is working on all those items as we speak. So there's a lot of things that have to come together in the next few weeks, but we've laid out a roadmap for the developer to get there that the county agrees with. I hope that the city council agrees with, and the developer agrees with, while still maintaining that we've followed Utah State Code on how we dispose of property and do a interlocal agreement. So if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer any of those. Because it's on such a short timeline, everything that's in the term sheet really covers all of those agreements. So if you agree to the ILA and the term sheet, we won't need to bring this back to council again. We'll make sure that all the terms that are in here end up in the purchase and sale agreement, end up in the escrow agreement, and that we can move forward with those as quickly as we need to make this project work.
Do we have to suspend our normal council
Yeah,
rules?
so that's what I'm asking,
Okay.
is if we suspend the normal council rules.
Can you go back to the visual? I mean, we're
Which
trying
one?
to picture where it's going. Is that,
It's right behind like Bed Bath and Beyond, or
so it's just, there's parking lot there right now, right?
there's
Is
a
that right?
park. There's like a
No,
little
it's
park.
it's a little grassy, flowers, some trees now at that location.
And they are proposing putting parking there so that anyone that wants to visit, there's a little parking area there.
I'm sure we've all passed it a million times. Didn't think anything of it.
If you went out the side entrance to Walmart, you passed right by it.
So sometimes these make sense to me, sometimes they don't. So just maybe for clarity, why are we involved in this? Like, why isn't this just an agreement with the developer and the county? So I didn't read the agreement yet, but to just say like, hey, we have no, I mean, there's obviously a catch if we're involved in this. So why are we involved in this?
The catch, I think, is the county has gone through a lot of, I don't know how to say this. They've gone through a lot of political pressure to get some of these elements there. Um, They want to get this off their plate in any way that they can. We've agreed to do that so long as we can make sure that we don't take any of that political pressure or anything. So I don't have a good answer for you, other than that's the way that the county is able to move forward. Otherwise, they wouldn't move forward.
Is the county here by chance to discuss this?
No.
Or?
It was discussed with me that the county cannot transfer property over to the developer. They can transfer it to a city, and the city can then be the middle person
It's very
transferring this back.
I mean, it's a
similar.
municipality like we are, so I'm not sure why a county couldn't, you know, if we can on a, so I don't want to like poo-poo this plan, but I don't like the idea of us being a middleman. Like, it makes no sense to me.
It's similar to what we did with the parking garage at CHG.
Yeah.
It passed through us.
It wasn't county property.
Yeah, it's the same idea.
And I also didn't like that either. So
Neither
that doesn't change the,
The county has set up some internal processes on how they dispose of property that are, I think, above and beyond what the state requires.
I just feel like we should have.
That doesn't, yeah, it doesn't make it feel any better. That
No,
wasn't
we
gonna
should have,
happen.
in my opinion, we should have facilitated with them, like to help them bridge these two parties together, but not necessarily be on this agreement, because we're on the hook for something. I haven't read it yet, but
Well,
like, why else would they want our name on it than for us to be on the hook for something? Not the developer, but the county, right? So I'm trying to understand this. I don't get it.
yeah, and the thing that, and that's the position that we felt too, and that's why we put this term sheet together, so that we're not on the hook for it. If all of these things don't fall into place, if they don't get the sign off on all of these different things, then the deal never happens. It never transfers from the county. So we're being a pass through, but we've very specifically on every single item made sure that we're not being held responsible for any of the problems. If the Cox family comes and says, we don't like this, they don't sign off that, the whole thing never happens.
So that also makes me extremely nervous. Do we feel like that's a possibility?
No. What?
I don't know who this is, but he would like to speak.
Come on, state your name and come over to the microphone there.
My name is Stephen Usdan. I'm the managing partner of CCA Acquisition Company, which has been the managing partner of Fort Union Shopping Center for the last approximately 3 years. I'm also a co-managing member of the North Union Apartment Development. So just by way of background, if someone were to magically put up on the screen, because I don't know how to work this, but the parcel map plan, what you would see, or what you could probably envision in your mind's eye, is that the Babies R Us parcel is buried, and the 8% sales tax increase that the city got was notwithstanding that Babies was vacant and Bed Bath was vacant. And we've certainly been exercising our best efforts to lease them. And what we found, based on all of the research we've done, is that by developing ground floor retail over multifamily, that in mixed use centers, we generate the highest sales tax, and we're able to make use of properties. The challenge is that because of the grade of the Babies parcel, it's very difficult to put a front of a building. And there isn't a development to be done without the county parcel. Now, the county parcel is fascinating because besides having a house on it, you also have a canal, and it's about a 64-foot wide canal easement over which you can't build. Now, we haven't even gotten to setbacks. We haven't even gotten to any parking. And I urge anybody who has kids not to take them there, because the county has not been keeping up with its maintenance obligations. So there are cigarette butts over it, and we actually don't have the right to go onto that property to do anything about it. So what this is about cleaning that up. This is about taking what is currently a house that was previously rented to Pretty Man Construction, that was the historical Yehu Cox home, and relocating it to a place that is actually safe to walk on. That, I mean, forget about ADA. This would be to any reasonable objective person, an unsafe parcel the way it is right now. And that's all on the county. And it's really a sad situation in terms of what the Cox family got. And this is an opportunity.
So I just want to make sure you don't misunderstand what my thought process was. I used to work in the office buildings right to the
Sure.
east, so I walk by it all the time, and it is a dead zone. So I definitely want it developed. I was just unsure why the county wanted the city to be the pass through. So your plans, I think, would be great.
No,
You know, so I don't want that to
So
come across.
The county, I think it's literally as much as they don't want to, they had enough experience with their previous experience with the Cox family, from what I've been told. And for them, this is just something that why should anybody do anything? The county isn't going to get any direct benefit. The county is transferring this to the city in exchange for the city assuming obligations that would be passed on to a developer. So the county makes no money here.
Right.
I mean, what the county gets is it gets out of its obligations that it isn't keeping anyway. And the question is only, what are we going to do to enforce those obligations? And is that really what we want to do, and go to war with the county to enforce what the county ought to do, and to make the parcel safe, and to put in ramps, and to spend all kinds of money to really, I think the Cox family has a claim against the county for it not being accessible. It's sufficiently accessible. And I think that there are some significant issues. Now, because it's the term sheet has as a condition to closing that there is consent from the Cox family. There's consent from the Sons of the Pioneers. And Nate, as well as Lisa and Garrett, have done a great job in making sure that the city is protected from every angle. And the consent is not just a we consent. It's a we consent to this site plan and these elevations, with that it's going to take this amount of time roughly, that there's going to be this escrow that's going to be placed with the city. So there can't be anything that the Cox family could object to later on. And what I think the Cox family will end up with is something that's much more of a credit to Yehu Cox, and something that's much more conducive to teaching the children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren about the history. You know, we proposed adding signboards and collecting pictures and having someone write text, because right now you would barely know that's a historical anything. And you know, it's a joke what was done there. Now here you have an opportunity to, on the one hand, take a dead zone, reinvigorate it where it will go directly in terms of benefit to the city, in terms of both sales tax and property tax. You have an opportunity to clean up something that's really unsafe and not very attractive. And you have an opportunity too to create something that is very attractive in the back, where, and actually the way the plan was drawn, it takes into account a future extension of North Union Avenue. So the house wouldn't have to be relocated again. And I mean, it takes all of that into account. And now you can actually bring kids. And I mean, I would think the whole point is to be able to bring middle school children to the house for them to learn and to hear from children of the pioneers and grandchildren, and to understand their history. And now we have an opportunity to do that. And I really want to apologize. I always hate when something is rushed or it's sort of a last minute thing. We were given, so I mentioned to you that we've owned the Fort Union Shopping Center. We have an institutional publicly held partner that has a certain business plan that doesn't include within it the redevelopment efforts that we think would be really, really good for the city. And as you can appreciate, as a publicly held company, they have one obligation, and that's to their shareholders. Yep. So what we've done is we've negotiated a deal with them that got signed on April 15th to close on May 30th for us to buy the Dick's, Dollar Tree, Kids That Rip, Aqua Tots, Bed Bath & Beyond, Mr. Mac, Vacant Bed Bath, Lisman and Images, and The Babies R Us. And we want to do something great, but there are a lot of pieces that come together. We are working in joint venture with one of the most credible developers in the state of Utah, with an excellent reputation. And you can appreciate too that a company that has over 40 years of experience, a person that has over 40 years of experience knows what risks he's willing to take after a lifetime of experience and what risks he's not willing to take. And he's made it crystal clear that if we don't have this dialed in, that this is a make it or break it item for them. So that's the reason in terms of the timing, combination of my institutional partner, a combination of my future joint venture partner. We are agreeing to undertake all of the obligations. We are putting money up to fund those obligations, and we are obtaining the consents in it. Anyone who would object to it, we were obtaining those consents prior to this closing. So from the standpoint of what risk or what catch is there, I will tell you that there's no catch unless one of the largest developers in the state of Utah and myself breach our agreement.
Don't do that.
So I apologize. I hope it's answering the question. And
I think it's the whole idea to me is great. The only part is I just don't get why the county wants us to be the middle person. It just seems like it makes this harder for everyone. And so I get we've figured out a way to like pass the obligation on to you. And
we figure out a way to do it. And also, we figured out a way to do it where there's, fair value, where an appraiser can appraise it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a way to do it that that really helps us meet a time frame that otherwise I don't think would be possible to meet. Mm-hmm. And also, the other time frames that I have is I have lenders who I have the multifamily developer doesn't want to take the risk of retail. I have to take the risk of the retail. So there are different loans that are involved, different lenders who have funds have loan commitments that expire too. So there are a number of factors here, none of which the city needs to be concerned about. But I wanted to explain that it is, and again, because I hate it when someone says it to me. So I really wanted to explain and answer any questions that anybody has. So this should be absolute full disclosure, and we can help you understand what we're doing and why, or it sounds like I don't need to explain the benefits to the city.
Yeah, I think it's great. Just as a corporate attorney is my day job. Anytime I put my name on an agreement,
I share the same malady, and having said that, but the good news is because you're an attorney too, that you can. That one party can undertake the obligations of the other party, and then it really just comes down to the people you're dealing with,
right?
And also, which is further protected by conditions to closing, and further protected by 125% escrow. So which again, I think that I really want to compliment the city staff for being able to work under this time frame and to sit and work cooperatively to try to figure this out. And again, we're not dead set on any one thing, but we do have certain constraints, and within those constraints, we're open-minded in how we get things done. Are there any other questions that I can answer?
Questions or comments?
I'll just make a comment. If it can move here and bring more awareness to the historical aspect, I think that'd be great, because I don't know how many thousands of times I've driven by there. And the only reason I know it's a historical building is because I've been in these meetings and been told it. But the general public, I don't think they have any idea. So if that's, to honor the individual and the Cox family, if you can bring more awareness through this location and what your plans are, I think that's a good thing.
I'll share some history with you. Our neighborhood was involved in preserving the whole Union Fort area back in 1992. So it's been 30 years ago. And the developer that was hoping to use an RDA project to create this commercial zone was literally going to scrape history away. And we raised enough of the profile of this home, this Cox Walker home as it was known. At the time in 1992, this was the second oldest home in the state of Utah, still on its original foundation. we were very sad to see that home have to get relocated. They couldn't pick it up and move it in its then current form. It had been added on too many times, and so it was agreed to reconstruct it. And we saw how we could come up with to preserve history. My wife's grandfather built that monument that is on the corner down there. It was originally right where the portion of North Union Avenue closest to the Dollar Tree and Mr. Max. There was a corner there where North Union continued eastward. And it sat on a little corner lot there that the neighbor next door planted flowers and kept it nice. And so when that was moved, our family history kind of went along with it, because all that stonework was Grandpa George Green's work. And so in council, in my opinion, this gets that home probably within 100 feet of where it originally was. It originally was about, not Mr. Max, but the store just immediately east of it. It's currently vacant. It used to be Bed Bath and Beyond. It used to sit right there. And this is just very close to the loading dock off the back end of it. So we're getting it back over there. If you've read the plaque, it describes where the fort wall was in relation to where the plaque is by feet or yards. I don't remember, but it measures it out and in the direction it gives. Well, over there in the shopping center, that was completely meaningless. Those reference points didn't make any sense. Over here, it will be close. And with the plaque that I think the developer is going to establish, it might give a further correction to the location so that school kids and us older ones that remember seeing the foundation of the old wall at one point when BYU excavated to show it was really there. We can talk about it. We know what happened. So in my opinion, this is a great move. And it gets that home and it renews its historical place in our topography, in our city, and allows us to talk about ancient times again and have some meaning and relevance. So if that helps in your decision tonight, I hope it does. I'm glad I could speak to that. Thank you. Any other comments or questions?
I just want to say that the city hasn't had any negative interactions with the county. We worked very closely with them on this ILA, getting it to the point where they felt comfortable presenting it to their council, and we felt comfortable. So we were able to work really closely with the county in crafting this in a way that they proposed. They came to us with the proposal on how this was done. We made a lot of revisions to it and figured out how we could work within what they were comfortable with and what they were allowing, and not take on any of those legal obligations that we felt we didn't want to be put into as a middle. And I know that's not the best answer, but it's just the way that we kind of put this together in the time frame that we had.
So the future North Union connectivity, will that road be built right away when this house is built? Because right now it doesn't connect through. So I think that would be a benefit as well. Right.
I think that's the developer's intent. That would have to go
put that in.
through our planning process and all of that. That's another consideration that the county had, was that seeing the city was the land use authority on this made a lot of sense for us to be involved with it.
I mean, I don't mind the move. I like the move. I agree with what the mayor said. I like the idea of developing it. None of my concerns are tied to that. It's all just like, why are we in the middle?
So it's something that we struggled with as well, but we just tried to work within those contexts to make it work.
Mayor, I'm ready to make a motion if you're ready.
Would you please?
I move that we suspend the rules and adopt resolution number 2021 R15, authorizing the mayor to enter into an interlocal cooperation agreement with Salt Lake County regarding real property located at approximately 7188 South Union Park Avenue, Midvale, Utah, identified as parcel number 22-29-202-060, and approving the related term sheet detailing the terms, conditions, and process for surplus and disposal of the property.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Now, you have any further detail, questions or comments? Now's the time. Hearing none. Rory?
Okay, Councilmember Robinson,
Aye.
Brown,
Yes.
Gettle,
Yes.
Sperry,
Aye.
and Glover.
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah, thanks.
Our next item is to consider ordinance number 2021-0-13, adopting chapter 05.38 and chapter 10.06 of the Midvale Municipal Code, regulating the use of e-scooters and rideshare scooter operations and making conforming amendments to chapter 12.08.060.
All right, so we talked about this 2 weeks ago. This is an ordinance allowing the use of e-scooter programs to operate within the city. The way that council indicated that they wanted to do this was through a ordinance that allows a business license. And so it kind of goes through a business license process. Well, it doesn't kind of, it goes through a business license process. This actually new chapter is 5.38. That's defining and the process program, how the equipment must be serviced, operated, and
did West Jordan have it as well?
From my understanding, West Jordan was working on it. I'm not sure if they've adopted that or not. I haven't heard. We didn't follow up with that.
So if someone were to scooter from Sandy into Midvale, they're fine.
So long
You-
as the operator is the same operator.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, because I think it's important. I don't know if we can nudge West Jordan because we have so much traffic between, our western border there that it would be very beneficial for us to be able to scoot into West Jordan as well.
Yeah, and I was happy to see on the FTA that they had in their little circle of modes of transportation, they had the scooter in there as the last mile. And that's, so when you talk about the historic Gardner Village transit stop, that one's kind of key that we're able to get scooters in and out of that.
Even
'cause
if
that
you're
really-
using the scooter on the Jordan River Parkway, once you go under the bridge, I mean,
you don't want it to stop and
yeah.
start coasting to a stop.
Exactly. So,
Yep, we can follow up with West Jordan and see where they are in that process.
okay. And I would go ahead and make the motion if.
Please go ahead.
Mayor, I move that we adopt ordinance 2021-013, adopting chapter 5.38 and chapter 10.06, and making the conforming amendments to chapter 12.08.060 of the Midvale Municipal Code to allow for e-scooter operations and rideshare programs.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on this item of e-scooters. Any comments or questions on the motion? Hearing none. Rory?
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Gettle,
Yes.
Sperry,
Aye.
Glover,
Aye.
Robinson.
He's very
He really
enthusiastic.
liked
He's
that.
very enthusiastic about the e-scooter.
One
with the
eye is enough.
45 yeses.
Well, I lost. Well,
I take that as an aye with several.
That passes 1,000 to 0.
Thank you. We'll now move on to item C. Consider resolution 2021-R-16, authorizing the mayor to enter into an interlocal agreement between Midvale City and Salt Lake County on behalf of the county clerk's election division. Rory, we've been waiting for this.
Yes, yay. Okay, you're really gonna make me want to have to. Oh, thank you. Okay, I put the agreement in your packet from the county. I just found out, I just got an email from Cottonwood Heights that they did approve ranked choice voting as well. So that fee amount that we have is going to go down just a little bit depending on tonight's vote from several cities. Do you have any questions on the agreement itself?
Is the fee that was put in there, it was 15.5, I think, or so for
It was.
education.
Okay, so
How
we'll
did that-
just go along here.
How'd
Okay, so the cost for the traditional election is, you could hold a primary depending on how many candidates we have, would be $31,897. The ranked choice voting eliminates the need for a primary. And as we spoke earlier, you can rank up to 10 candidates. You can have as many candidates file, but only the top 10 is how far the county can do that, can rank them. And then, of course, the education for the citizens is up to the city, and that's the thing that's going to be really important to make sure they know how to do it. We've got the license fee for the ranked choice voting, which is currently at $2,000, but we have other cities that are possibly opting in for tonight, so that will change. The general only, the cost for the county is $19,309. And the communications plan that's being proposed by Lara, who's online here too, is $15,630. So it's a total of $36,939. This is the communications plan here. Lara, if you want to go over that.
Yeah, thank you very much, Lori. So I went over the communications plan, and that amount, $15,630, is the high amount. I wanted to include every possible type of communication tool that we have in that plan. And it's up to the council to be able to pick and choose which items, which tools you would like to use. But before I go to that, I wanted to talk just about the communications plan so that we all agree on the messaging before, if this is the way that the council wants to go. First of all, the audience would be the registered voters, Midville residents who are not registered to vote, and hoping that this would encourage them to register, and new Midville voters. The key messages that we would really push out are democracy for ranked choice voting is democracy means having real choices, and American voters don't fit into 2 boxes. Ranked choice voting allows voters to rank as many candidates as they want in order of choice, first, second, third, and so on. All first choices are counted, and if the candidate has a majority, then they win, just like any other election. However, if nobody has a majority, the candidate with the fewest votes is eliminated, and the voters have their ballot instantly count for their next choice. If a voter's favorite candidate can't win, their vote counts for the candidate they ranked next. So nobody feels like they wasted their vote on an underdog. This means that more people can run, including independent and third-party candidates, without fear of splitting the vote. This encourages more voices in democracy and more choices for voters. Ranked choice voting brings more voices to the political debate while eliminating the drawbacks of vote splitting with ranked choice. Rory, I can't see.
Sorry.
Oops. If you can go back up one.
There we go.
That's okay. With ranked choice voting, you will get real meaningful choices while remaining confident that the candidate with the strongest support will win. And when more than 2 candidates run an election, someone can be elected without a majority of votes. Ranked choice voting promotes fair outcomes that are grounded in majority rule. I felt it was very important to go over these key messages just to make sure that the council understands these are the messages that I will share if we move forward with ranked choice voting. And I plan on doing some infographics and using some of the ranked choice voting information that's available on the Fair Choice website. I can't remember the name of it, on the website that promotes ranked choice voting here in Utah. The costs that I came up with are, we would share it on the Midville City website in a variety of ways. In the Midville City Journal, we already have an article that discusses what is ranked choice voting that came out in May. And we will promote that through October. We will have social media posts, educational posts on Facebook, Twitter, Nextdoor. We will share any content that we get from the state. I hear they share videos specifically, press releases, public engagement surveys, e-notifications, employee emails so that the employees understand. And the items, the communication tools that would cost are, I thought it might be a good idea to provide giveaways at different events that we have coming up, because that can start a conversation at our booths. For example, at Harvest Days, we can have a booth set up. We can have a giveaway item that would be inexpensive, but it would provide us an opportunity to give something to the public and start that conversation. Also, the education flyers, Facebook ads are going to be targeted to Midville residents, and digital signs. I would like to do some more professional ads. As I've explained to you before, the digital signs messaging costs more if you want more professional looking ads on the digital signs. And I'm working with the Journal, and they say that they can mail postcards to all Midville households for $5,000. And we could also do a tri-fold educational flyer specifically targeted at registered voters. So if you want to make this less expensive, you can say, for example, well, we just want to target registered voters. We don't want to send it to all households. We don't want to do the giveaways. I just wanted to make sure I gave you a broad range of choices that you can select from. So that's why the amount is the $15,630. I'd be happy to answer any questions about this communications plan that you may have.
Thanks, Laura.
You're welcome.
Another thing too is the state said that there may be some funding available. We just don't know what it is yet. They did do a video for Vineyard, and that turned out really well. So I'm kind of hoping maybe they'll do something like that for everybody who does it, but we don't know that yet.
And in addition to that, you're saying there might be dollars in.
They just said funding available, and I
Okay.
tried to push them a little bit on it, and they just said, we don't know what that is yet.
Okay. So just so the public knows that this number is probably our worst case scenario as far as
Exactly.
the cost. It could be much better.
And this total cost isn't our ongoing cost year in and year out. We would
Correct.
decrease our education piece over a couple of years if we were to
Correct.
choose this. So this is the high end overall.
Correct.
And also, we would theoretically have candidates who are also educating the public as
Yes.
well. So that's free to the
Right.
city. That will cost the candidates some money and blood, sweat, and tears. Mostly tears.
I like these bullet points you have, Laura. I think you do a good job because one thing someone has come to me and said is, so if my candidate is the worst candidate, I don't know if worst is right, gets the lowest and gets knocked off, that person doesn't re-vote. They just re-look at that. They look at that person's ballot again. So
Right.
the voter only needs to do the voting once. I mean, obviously they have to rank 1 through 10 if they want. They could just rank 3 if they want. You don't have to rank 10.
Correct.
But I think that's where the most confusion was like, okay, so if I'm in the group that my person got the worst, do I have to like come in again and vote? And I was like, no, what happens is it's your number 2 gets put out. And then if I voted and mine doesn't have that happen. So that's the most confusing thing I think is if they understand that, it's actually a lot less confusing. But I also I had to look it up. I'm like, wait, does that mean you have to go in again? Because they kind of talked me into being confused with it. So your bullet points kind of highlight that. So I appreciate
Good.
the messaging.
Sure.
Thank you.
So the question I have is, I mean, with the motion with the high mark of just under the 37,000, I mean, that would be the most, but you're not asking us tonight to whittle down the education component, right? We're authorizing
Correct.
it. We'll decide that later.
What I need tonight is the portion just for the county. So for the traditional, it'd be 31,000 for, whoops, sorry, I gotta quit touching stuff. For the general, for the ranked choice, it'd be 19,309, and then whatever we're not gonna know what the license fee is because it's gonna be divided among all the entities that decide to go with ranked choice voting, and those seem to be increasing. So this was before even the Cottonwood Heights decided. I didn't have them in the mix. So it could go down. So it could change. But what I need tonight is I need to have a vote as far as, do you want to go with ranked choice voting? We are required to notify the lieutenant governor by May 10th. So I do need to know that. And then I need to have an approval of the interlocal agreement with the county so we can proceed with them running the election.
So would the motion, if we were to pick that one, I guess for both of them would be not to exceed whatever the dollar amount is. That's
Right, you can put a not to exceed on the county, yes.
or not to exceed either motion. I
Right.
guess. Cool.
And the resolution I just put in there, I left a blank as far as what method you chose and the amount.
I appreciate your work on this.
Sure.
Like you said in the email, you've gone through a couple of different changes. And,
It's a kind of fun and exciting to see something new and different. It's just a little confusing. It took me, I have to admit, it took me a couple times of listening to figure out exactly how it worked, but
I
it's
think
always fun.
the hard thing is you once you get the ballot, you say, oh, okay, I just do this.
Right.
And then that's easy. It's just the whole trying to comprehend how this new voting system is tabulated is the difficult part, which is something the voter doesn't have to worry about. That's for the county,
The
whatever
county will come in.
machinery they use to count those votes will
Right.
do the hard work for us.
Yes.
The one thing I wanted to mention, I did go back through our last 8 primary elections, so 2015 to 2019. For some reason, 2001 and 2003 weren't available, which I don't understand. It's like they didn't happen. But anyway, so that's 8 elections. We've had 24 positions. Each year we have 3 different offices, mayor, 4 and 5, and then
Right.
D1, 2, and 3. So of those 24 elections, only 6 of them would have gone to any sort of second round voting. There's only been 8 times where we've had more than 2 candidates in any race at all. So I found that interesting. It's, it's not something that, it's just every single time we have an election, there's going to be 3, and there's going to be
Right.
8 candidates and it's going to be a free for all.
Yeah.
So the one, you know, our mayor's race could have been impacted once in the past. D1, District 1 once, District 2 once. D3, interestingly, never. It's just would never have been an issue. D4 twice in the past, most recently, and one time back in 2013, and then D5 just one time. And it was my District 5 in 2013, literally any person who ran, there were 4 candidates who ran in that race, and any one of them could have won. They were within 6, 7, 10 votes of each other, all 4 candidates. So, you know, it's interesting to think how those past elections could have worked out. In fact, the 2019 District 2, Sophia and Paul, there was a 3rd candidate in that race, and, you know, that one very well could have been impacted. At the very least, you know, my contention has always been it eliminates the need for the primary. So you're not doing that double duty kind of work where you're out, you know, like vote for me in the primary, and then you're back again. Hey, it's me again. Thanks for voting for me in the primary. Vote for me again. Yeah. So, you know, but at the same time, while I was doing that, it's like, it got me to thinking that if we spend $37,000 and then none of the races we have this year or in 2 years benefit from ranked choice voting, then, you know, it's really just it's a strange thing. Like, we're not guaranteed to have 3 or more candidates in any race ever.
But then you would, I mean, from my thought process, if there was just 2 candidates for each one, your education component would be a lot cheaper.
Yeah. But then do we still, if we choose ranked choice voting, and I don't know why people say rank, it makes it sound untoward. It is ranked choice voting, not rank. But so if we choose ranked choice voting tonight, and then you know, we have 3 unopposed races, then what? Do we still hold a ranked? So people will get a ballot that'll look like a ranked choice, but there'll be 1 or, you know, 2 candidates.
Correct.
Okay.
Which is always funny when you get an unopposed ballot anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
it's happened.
in the past, we've had a lot of unopposed
We have.
races. It seems, you know, especially back in 2005, 7, 9, 11, you know, most of those, if not all, were unopposed. Even the mayor's races were unopposed.
Right, and that was pretty unheard of. I was
Yeah.
shocked on that one. Just a side note, 2001, 2003, I wasn't here. Maybe that's why they're not available. I don't know. Just- I came in 04.
Yeah. Now that said, like I said, we have 6 between 2005 and 2019. Now 3 of those were in the past 2 elections.
Yeah.
In 2019, District 2, 2017, the mayor's race could have been affected, and District 4 could have been affected in 2017. So, you know, 3 of the 6 have happened in a 4-year period, but, you know, I don't know. We've kind of just heard about it. I don't think the council has really discussed it amongst ourselves, how we, other than me and maybe Bryant, but, you know, I would like to know how you guys feel about switching to that system if we do. Or you could just vote and then I'll know what you thought.
I like the cheaper aspect of it long term. Obviously, there's an upfront cost that's higher, potentially higher, I guess.
Well, even if
Rory,
we have 2 candidates, people will get used to the new ballot. So when it does happen, it won't be so new, is my thought.
I also hated doing the primary, so that's also why I don't want to. I would rather have started later. And
We do have several more cities that are doing it this year, this election, than they did last election. So that makes a difference because the word will be out.
Rory, if we do this year and we decide we don't like it, do we have to do this every time there's an election, decide we're going to have it or not?
No, I don't believe so. I think you can choose. As long as they've got, I think this is a pilot program that the state has put out there. So no.
I would just caution, if we do it, I don't know, it would seem strange if we say, you know, for the mayor's race and District 4 and District 5, we do this, but it was a disaster and we didn't like who won. So in Districts 1, 2, and 3, and we're going to go back to the old way for that. I would caution against that unless it's, just an absolute disaster. Yeah, I don't.
Any kind of change is going to take a little bit of time for people to get used to. Even with the vote by mail, we had it to where you could go either way. And we still had, people had the ability to come in and vote because some of them just were really resistant for that change. But it took a little bit of time. So last year, they had a success with it. It's going good. So you've got a lot more of the entities that are moving towards it this year. So you're just going to see that compounding over the years. I think you'll get the ranked choice voting out there as long as it continues to go well.
I guess the other question, if we get into a year when you have major political parties for the federal offices, so we have ranked choice and they don't, what happens there?
I think they're waiting for cities to do it.
I don't think the timing is there because municipal elections are held in years when there are not national elections.
Right.
Although there are some cities in
Every
Utah
once in a while.
and Salt Lake County, I think Mill Creek
Mill
does
Creek.
their
Although Mill Creek,
municipals in even numbered years.
I know Mill Creek has decided to do ranked choice voting this year. So I'm not sure if they've changed that. No, I think seems like there was another one too. I can't remember who it is though. So Paul, for your answer is it's on a different election cycle for that. And I don't know that they're looking at the ranked choice voting yet. Sorry.
Okay, just a question.
Yeah, sure.
My thought on that was that because the state is pushing it on cities, we're the testing ground, we're the petri dish. If
Sure.
we prove that it's successful, then they'll most likely
Move
adopt
towards it.
that for, the state and federal.
Right.
Maybe not federal, that's a whole different avenue.
Yeah.
But state elections for sure.
Correct.
Other points of comment, questions?
I guess the last thing I have is I'm not against it. I'm just concerned about the older people having a really hard time with this. Seeing as I'm the oldest one out of you. So it's just a concern.
Yeah.
Mayor, would it be okay? I think we have a comment in the audience. Could we open it to public comment? I would move to do so.
We have a motion to open up to public comment.
Second.
There's a second to that. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Okay, if you'd like to come and make a comment, state your name and address and make your comment.
My name and address, Mallory Napton, and I'm in your district.
Okay.
First off, I'd like to say thank you to Dustin for posting this. I didn't know anything about it. I'd never heard of it, and I've talked to a lot of people in between yesterday and today, and none of them knew what it was either. It bothers me that we would vote on something and then educate the population on it. I mean, if my man were to go out and buy a car and not tell me, educate on me afterwards, I'd be very unhappy with him. So, I've done my best to educate myself on this. I think a lot of voters are, feel the same about their traditional parties. We don't feel represented, right? So at first glance, it seems nice. I would love to see the Constitution Party to do better, but unfortunately, I don't get to have my way. So I do what most people do, and I'll go with who I think is the best Republican candidate in my case. But what I see here, I don't see. You don't vote like this when you vote on things. You all get one vote. Is that fair or not? Is it perfect? Maybe, maybe not. But I think it's the best thing we have so far until you can hopefully maybe change my mind. I'm open to having my mind changed. But from what I can tell with this is some people get 1 vote while others get 2, 3, 4, maybe 5, depending on where it is or what election it's for. And really, is this applicable to our city? I mean, do you think that the people that you represent would like this? Do they know enough about it? I mean, I've talked to people much smarter than me about this, and is what I got. This is not well known, and I'd like to not be an experiment. I don't care what Republican candidate it was that wanted to do this, but I very much disagree with him. The more I look at it, the more uncomfortable it makes me. There's a lot of room. The more complicated you make something, the more risk you have of something breaking or something going wrong. And, with the craziness with this last election, I don't think we need any more problems or craziness with our, let's just keep it simple. I really want to see good things. This seems, the way that this has come about seems very disingenuous, seems a little underhanded. So,
Well, I can
I
tell
would
you-
like to not be involved in the experiment.
Can I just,
yes.
one of your comments?
Please.
There's no underhandedness
Not
up
from
here.
you guys. I mean
Because
from-
Bryant and I and the mayor have no idea how this is going to impact our races if the three of us choose to run for reelection. I have to always say that. Because, we just don't. Like, it could be a disaster. We could all be booted out of office because of it. We don't know. I don't know that this advantages incumbents. It probably disadvantages incumbents because it allows, people who would otherwise not have been able to get to the general election to appear on the one and only ballot that there will be for these races. So, I just want to address the underhandedness,
No, not from you guys.
Yeah, it's
from
not
where
from
this
us.
came
Yeah,
from.
Okay, I got you there.
Okay, sorry. I'm sorry.
So just to make some context that I like, so the idea of getting a threshold vote and going through rounds is not that new, right? Like ranked choice voting sounds new. However, like
New Yorkers, in 2019, they adopted it for their local jurisdictions.
Yes,
so like Abraham Lincoln wouldn't have got the Republican nomination and been president of the United States because if they didn't have sort of a threshold, I think it went 3 or 4 rounds before Abraham Lincoln was the Republican nomination, like in the 1863 election, right? So he was like the 3rd or 4th choice down, and people had to recalculate. And so the concept isn't new, and its value is helped our country out a lot. I think Abraham Lincoln was a pretty good president. So I want to think that the idea is a new or rushed idea. Like the idea that 50% should be a threshold that at least 50% of the people want them. That seems like a noble goal, for democracy. Now I understand why you would feel like, oh, unsure, but I think I got 35% of the votes, and the next person down got like 33%. So I didn't get 50% of the votes.
You won the majority.
Well, the lesser of the majority, yes. But I would feel better if 50% vote, if the number was at 50%. So that's where I'm coming from. I like the idea that at least half the people voting for me picked me. So that's it. I don't want it to come across as underhanded either. My goal is, I think, noble, but maybe not, where I get at least 50%. And then if 50% don't want me, then, because that means 75% or 35, what is that? 65% of people didn't vote for me, so that feels less democratic in my opinion, but I could be, small d.
And to piggyback on that just for a second, we kind of do have ranked choice voting in Utah now because we have a primary and general election system. So in the primary, 10 candidates can run, and you whittle it down to the top two. So, if you have 10 candidates, unless you voted for those top two, there's 8 candidates that people voted for who are just out and they're done. But those people get to vote again now of the top two that advanced to the general election. So in a way, we kind of do already have that. You do get to vote twice for a person that you want to be mayor or council member. It's just different. It's in a primary and general election setup.
Yeah, okay, so but you have a primary, whereas this eliminates that. That's what I heard. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's a problem. I like to see, there's 2 people who I think, I got to pick between these 2 that most represent me. I get 1 vote. It's not right for someone to have 1 vote count and someone else to have more than 1 vote. So I don't think what you end up, what is the goal of the election? It's to find the person that most people agree, this person best represents what we want. And I don't think that's the result that you get with this voting process.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Sophia Hostingi, 7667 South Grant Street. As Dustin has mentioned, of those like 5 elections that would have benefited from this process, I was in 3 of those. And as somebody who's actually studied the algorithm for the ranked choice voting, seen it work in progress when it was done by hand with the Democratic Progressive Caucus, and then find out that it was adopted by both the Democratic conventions, caucuses, and the Republican caucuses. Studies have shown that, first of all, the algorithm is pretty easy. Actually, it's not that complicated to run through. And studies have shown that you wind up with candidates who try to appeal to the bigger portions of trying to get that first big chunk of voters in. They're actually really ready to work and maybe work as a consortium. Okay, if you don't vote for me this time, maybe you'll vote for my friend and make the 2 of us in your top 2 votes. And it has tended in some cases, maybe not in all cases, but it does tend to push toward candidates who are more likely to bring people together than to divide people. So I just want to make sure we put that out there, that studies have shown, and in most cases, what would have happened that you spent the money on a primary than a general election. In most cases, that usually is the outcome. You just get there a lot faster. You give the candidates more time to reach out to the voters across the bases instead of maybe waiting till the last minute to try to rally the troops or whatever. And then you see a complete swing in the election like happened a couple of years ago in my case. So no, Paul Glover did an outstanding job of rallying and bringing back. So that's what I have, unless you've got any questions for me on that.
Thank you, Sophia.
Thank you.
Any others? Laura, did you have any comments? Public comments come in on that? Laura, Magnus?
I'm trying to hit the unmute button. Sorry, Mayor. No, I do not have any public comments.
Okay. Entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
Mayor, I move that we close the public hearing.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to close the public hearing on this item. Any comments or questions on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Yes.
Any opposed? Say nay. Okay, we're closed. I'll entertain a motion unless you have further comments.
One quick comment I want to mention. I do think that, and we're obviously free to vote the way that we want and the way that we think that our constituents want us to vote. I will say that I feel like I've done my due diligence in reaching out to my constituents, and the overwhelming majority of those responses were positive. And with that, Mayor, I move that we approve resolution number 2021 R16, authorizing the mayor to execute an interlocal agreement for election services with Salt Lake County for 2021, utilizing the ranked choice voting election method for a total cost of $36,909.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Discussion on the motion.
I mean, I'll just say that I appreciate the comments that were made.
Thank you.
And that cost, as we mentioned, not to exceed 36,000, but it does seem like if it does pass, we probably do need the whole budget because that was a new thought I hadn't heard before, that you get more than one vote, which is not necessarily how that plays out, but I can see why someone would think that. So, that might be something Laura would have to add to those bullet points. At the end of the day, you still only have one vote, on that.
And each person, if they so choose, can vote the same amount of times.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you're voting, for your preferences, but everyone has the ability to vote for the same amount of preferences. So it's equitable in that respect.
Okay, Rory?
Okay. Councilmember Gettle,
Yes.
Sperry,
Aye.
Glover,
No.
Robinson. Aye. And Brown.
Yes.
That motion passes 4-1. We'll now consider resolution number 2021 R17, confirming the mayoral appointment of Kyle Marr as the Assistant City Manager of Midvale City. After selecting Matt Dahl as our city manager and discussing it with the council and receiving favorable impressions from all of you, I consulted with Matt as to who would be a good assistant manager. We both agreed on Kyle Maurer, excuse me. And so to that end, we interviewed Kyle, and he was open to receiving this appointment. And his qualifications are immaculate. We've all seen his work, and I anticipate that no matter what he does, it's always to that level of perfection. And that's what makes a city easy to run, is when things are done flawlessly as possible. So I am proposing to our city council that Kyle Maurer be given the position of Assistant City Manager for Midvale City. And I'll entertain any questions or comments you may have.
I just want to say that the day that we started talking about Matt Dahl moving up, I said to him right away, I said, whatever you do, try to get Kyle to move on up. And it seemed like right away everyone was in agreement. Part of me thinks he's running away from the water billing so he doesn't have to deal with that anymore, which I would as well if I were in his shoes, but I don't know if that's the true intent or not, but I don't blame you. He's still going to deal with it. Oh, okay.
My only question would be, I mean, we've gotten so used to the work that you've done with the budget and just the presentations that you've done. I wouldn't want to lose that. So I was just wondering how transitioning into the new role, when you were looking for your own replacement, if that person is going to, continue to do that thorough of a job with those reports.
I believe they will. I do know a few people I'll be reaching out to recommend them to go through the application process. But as you all know, I do have a very high standard, not just in finance, but everything I do. So administrative services would be one of the departments that I would oversee. So I would still expect that level that I don't think senior staff had ever seen me that excited. So we're seeing, with all of the momentum we've seen in utility billing and some other changes, definitely it's not.
We're going to be moving him out of this position. I assured them that this just expands his role and they'll work with him more, but they've enjoyed working with him so much in his current position. They didn't want to sort of change the way he's worked things. And I also want to say, I've never met anyone
Debbie Downer, but what's the time frame for the replacement of that position? Just going through our budget cycle, it seems to be an interesting time to be without.
It's ready to post.
Okay.
and also we won't be without, I mean,
Yeah, he'll still be here.
he'll still be here.
But you know very well how it is to be straddling jobs and
See, he's just gonna do like that horrible bosses where he like tears down the wall, right? So he has two offices now. Is that what he's gonna do?
Okay.
Are you ready?
Further questions? I'll entertain a motion then.
Mayor, I move that we approve resolution number 2021-R-17, confirming the mayoral appointment of Kyle Mauer as the Assistant City Manager for Midvale City.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Now's your time to answer questions or ask questions on the motion. Any? If not, Rory, would you ask the question?
Yes, Councilmember Sperry.
Aye.
Glover,
Aye.
Robinson,
Aye.
Brown,
Yes.
and Gettle.
yes.
Thank you. Appreciate that confirmation.
Can we swear him in?
Let's swear him in.
All right. Come on, Kyle. Remember, criteria. Okay. Yeah. Mayor Seguini always right ahead of me, so. Say that. Raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Kyle Mauer,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support, obey, and defend
that I will support, obey, and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Utah
and the Constitution of the State of Utah
and the laws and ordinances of Midvale City,
and the laws and ordinances of Midvale City,
and that I will discharge the duties of my office with fidelity.
and I will discharge the duties of my office with fidelity.
Welcome aboard, Kyle.
Are you keeping your office? That's the important question.
I am not.
You have a good location.
I'm moving upstairs,
Okay.
but not until my replacement's hired.
Okay, we're going to go down to discussion items, and item A has been removed from the agenda by Glenn Kennedy. So we're going to go to item B, discuss council goals. Matt Dahl.
Since we're going around and making these announcements, I'm on the Kane Loader retirement plan, which means I'll be here for 33 more years. All right, so at the budget retreat, we discussed some policy goals for the next year. In trying to sort of gather up the different proposals that came from that meeting, as well as sort of editing the ones that we provided to you. I've created a new list that I want to talk with you today. We still have time before we have to approve it because we'll try to finalize this as we get to the final budget. And so my hope is that I'll go through some of these, show you there's a few places where I think that we have policies that we could probably collapse together to maybe shrink that list up a little bit, see if there's anything else you want to add. I'll make those adjustments and probably send them out to everyone in advance of the next meeting so that you would have an opportunity to kind of work on it, but hopefully by then we'll have it really kind of dialed in. So with that being said, just as a quick reminder, the reason that we're establishing these goals is that we want to use these goals as the basis for us coming up with new policies, doing new planning, for us to make proposals to you on how to make adjustments within the budget, addressing or creating new programs, projects, helping us with our communication, and then finally helping us with a way to come back and report to you. As I mentioned in the budget retreat, the goal would be that we would come back to you on a quarterly basis with a report to tell you how we've been making progress on the items that we conclude are our goals. I've sort of broken these up into sort of three categories. It's not perfect categories, but you can kind of see, I think, maybe where I'm at. So the first one is what I'll consider to be organizational goals. Those are things that are either something that directly affects our Midvale City administration, or it would be something that we can really kind of do internally without maybe a huge investment. And so just really quick, that would be first managing the actually, you know what, I'm going to handle this a little bit different. So that's the first category. Second category is neighborhood goals. Those are goals that we've identified as part of this that really specifies an area of the city that we want to target. So 7200 South Main Street, State Street, et cetera. And then the third category is what I'm considering the infrastructure and planning categories. Now, there's a couple of things in here that are, like we talked about, health and wellness, promoting that within Midvale. I think one of the ways that we do that is by building new recreational facilities and that kind of stuff, which is one of those areas where I think there's some overlap, but it also potentially has some significant infrastructure costs with it. So it kind of fits into that infrastructure planning category. So those are kind of the three categories as I look at the things that we've discussed. So I'm going to go through each of these and talk to you about what some of the projects might be in there. What I would like to do is, as particularly capital heavy one, but it is part of this is, you know, focusing on maintaining our working with our staff on getting vaccinations, or at least supporting staff getting vaccinations. It's the how do we handle the mask policy? It's these public meetings, how do we handle them going forward? And then continuing to evaluate, as we discussed the last meeting, evaluate Friday operations. So these will just be some things that we'll continue to work on as we go throughout the year. The second one is empowering staff through training and opportunities for professional growth. This is looking at ways that we could do cross-training within the city. This is, as far as a budget component of this, would be looking at refunding education and travel budgets, which is in our current budget. That was the tentative budget that was approved today. Improving the employee evaluation process and implementing the learning management software, which was funded out of CARES Act funding in the last year. The next one is increased public engagement. Again, these are sort of examples that we're putting in there for what this would be. We don't have firm projects that are tied to these goals because you might change what that goal, which the goal is. But examples of this would be complete the resident engagement strategic plan that Laura would finalize putting together, utilize the survey platform to solicit input from residents, create the leadership Midvale program, which is something we'll come back to you shortly with, which is a program that creates opportunities to get residents to be more familiarized with the things that are going on in the city, and hopefully increase some of the engagement with those who are interested in participating. For those who are interested in participating in local government, so opportunities. Think about that. All right. So.
It's the good thing about being like one of the few people to come down and comment as
That's
a
right.
citizen. You get a lot of interaction.
It's true, and we really appreciate That's right. The next one is to celebrate the history of Midvale. Example projects of this would be just continuing to further and support the Midvale Historic Society, including helping people find the museum and check out what's in there. And then we've had some discussions about designing and installing historic markers and monuments throughout Midvale that would point to some of the history that has existed within the city. The next one is to enhance the appearance of public and private property through investment, incentives, and enforcement. This is already sort of a mashed goal a little bit. Originally, we sort of had this concept of how do we maintain our public property better, and then another one of how do we use through code enforcement and other things to get private property owners to do a better job of maintaining their property. We've kind of combined it into one goal, which is basically what do we do in order to get people to make sure that their properties are achieving the standards that we hope for in Midvale. So some of those include design and implement city entryway features. We've been talking about that for a while. We have funding that has been allocated for that. So that would be one of the projects that we'd look at. Establish expectations and fund city asset maintenance. We've talked about this a little bit. It's a process that will go through this next year. Empower code enforcement to more aggressively address violations. This would be something we need to come back to you and talk about. But I think we've heard and seen examples of where we try to be soft on it to try to get people to come along, and that doesn't always get us where we want to be. So we want to come back and talk to you a little bit more about what would it look like for us to maybe be a little bit more aggressive on violations. And then reestablish the Midvale Beautification Committee in an effort to provide private investment in property maintenance. We could, again, if we reestablish this committee, it'd be coming back to you talking about what the goals of it would be. But where we've seen this in other communities is that they do things like, shoot, the word is identify is not the word. Promote, identify people who take care of their property in a really good way. It might tie in with Christmas lights, different things that really help beautify the community and would provide another opportunity for citizen engagement as part of the process. Update land use policies in predominantly single-family home neighborhoods. This catches several different things. This is looking at the PUD policy that Alex has been working on, the development of policies to address existing conditions in single-family neighborhoods, which we've been talking with different council members about, particularly Councilman Brown, and then implementing the new subdivision policy that we've had some discussions on. The next one is reduce crime in this, and this starts to get us into the more neighborhood-specific category of things. So it's reduce crime on 7200 South Corridor through enforcement, investment, incentives, and engagement. Working with law enforcement, trying to find ways that we could work with property owners in that area to create development that would help stabilize the neighborhood, and then engaging with property owners. And then, of course, we've talked about for a while, we've got a fee study that's going out that'll help us with address the disproportionate fee issue. We've talked about Main Street. This kind of captures in a quick summary all the things that Nate talked about last week, but these would be the things that we would look at doing and coming back and reporting to you on. Redevelopment State Street. So we've received a WFRC planning grant for State Street that we will be utilizing this year and coming up with a plan on how we address State Street. And so as we go through that, we'll be, of course, coming back to you. But over the course of the next year, that's probably the biggest thing that we'll be doing with regards to that. And of course, as we come up with other projects, we'll add them. Then we get into the develop and implement utility infrastructure plans to meet the needs of current and future residents. Everything I've talked about is important in one way or another. This is probably the most capital intensive and one that's going to require a significant amount of focus from us, but this includes what we've talked about tonight about the water master plan and its implementation, sewer master plan, getting it updated and implementing that. And then of course, writing the new stormwater master plan and working with you on getting that implemented over the course of the next year. And so these are some that we could really combine together in a way, but I was trying in my initial stab at this is to try to just really focus on utility infrastructure here. But this is also, goal is really closely related to complete long-term capital planning for strategic allocation of resources. This goal is originally intended to talk about specifically the transportation master plan and the impact fees that we've discussed, and the Parks and Open Space Master Plan that we would discuss. I could see, if you were amenable to it, this is a little different than what we discussed at the retreat, but the potential of just sort of including all of these things that require these sort of plans and significant infrastructure funding and implementation into one thing. So it would be, here are the utility master plans as the projects that are examples, and then also these transportation and parks plans as well. The next one is increased recreational opportunities for Midvale residents. This one was basically a way of capturing a sentiment that came from the council. But right now, I mean, the biggest project that we're looking at there would be making sure that we continue to communicate with, look at funding options for, and pushing to get the Union Park Recreation Center constructed. And then the next one is expand active transportation network with a focus on trails and bike lanes. Again, this is something that we can sort of combine into some of those earlier ones if there, but during the meeting, there was a real focus on trails and bike lanes. So we thought we would make that into its own goal. But the examples again would be complete the Mid-Valley Active Transportation Plan, which we've been working on, include, which would essentially be the implementation of that plan, include bike lanes and new transportation improvements, utilize available assets to build trails. This would be us looking at potentially utilizing the paths along some of the canals and some of those things for trails, and then improving the existing trail network that already exists, for example, the Jordan River Trail, and some of the improvements that we can get done with that. And then the final one, which again has potential to be collapsed if you guys wanted to into another goal, is to promote health and wellness in Midvale through engagement with community partners. On the one hand, we're looking at this as continuing the work that we'll be coming back to you here shortly with a plan for the Healthy Midvale Committee. This was talked about a few months ago. Implementing the Midvale Employee Health Program, which we're currently sort of looking at and working on. And then this is why it sort of fits in with some of those other infrastructure ones, is that another way to promote health and wellness is to develop those open space trails and bike paths that you guys talked about in the budget retreat. So those are the larger goals and some of the example projects that would fall underneath them. The next steps, like I was saying before, is we'll talk about it tonight. If there's any changes that you want me to make, I'll submit those to you to review before the next council meeting, just in case there's any additional feedback. And then staff will submit the refined list for approval at a future meeting. And then this will be included in the budget books. There were a couple of projects that were mentioned previously that could probably fit underneath one of these goals, but these goals are intended to sort of focus on the broader objectives that you have within the city. And there are other projects that you've asked about that might not, that we have to do anyway. This is not intended to say that we're all inclusive in the things that we do in the city with these goals. And so, for example, whether that's a banner program or something that might not be a goal unto itself, it's still something that we need to work on and get done for you. So with that, does anyone have any questions, comments, or concerns, additions, amendments to any of these goals that we discussed?
Like you mentioned, I've already spoken to you a lot about these, so I think this is a good move, though, compared to how I've kind of done other budgets where we've sort of made these goal oriented. You know, I'm interested to see how it pans out. I think it's a good idea. I like the idea of the master plans as well for the storm and water. I know we were supposed to have them for, like your overall city master plan and housing plan. Are these also required by the state, or do we just feel like we need to do them?
Some of them are.
Glenn's grabbing the microphone.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, some are required, but it's just good practice. Every 5 to 7 years to get a complete master plan and know what your needs are and identify those needs, and then you move forward and can work on how to funding it, reassess it.
I just wasn't sure if it was one like we had to get done.
Well, so the stormwater, sorry, you could probably cover that.
Well, I'm not sure where you were heading, but yeah, the stormwater master plan is not necessarily a
provides a lot of information to complete other requirements from the state pertaining to the ES, things like that.
We need you to talk up. We can't hear what's going on.
Sorry, my mic wasn't working. I can repeat if necessary. But basically, they're not, the master plans aren't necessarily required by the state, but they do help us fulfill other state requirements. Did you hear that?
Yes, thank you.
I think it's all good. I mean, master plans and this list of, the goals that you've got, it helps everybody on the staff and the council be focused in the direction we're headed. So I like it.
And adds accountability, so we know what's progressing and what hasn't.
Great. I'll make a couple refinements and send back out to you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Matt. Our final item on discussion is to discuss the fiscal 22 capital improvement project. Kyle?
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Tonight, I did want to go over some of the questions that have been asked regarding the capital project list that we have discussed previously. Due to the lateness of the hour, I will go over this. I don't expect you as a council to make firm decisions tonight, but if you have any direction for me for future meetings, that would be great. So these are a list of some of the concerns I've received so far as we've gone through the budget process. The first is we had discussed reallocating $100,000 to fund some of the projects identified in our technology needs assessment. One I had mentioned at the budget retreat is community development software would be approximately $500,000 with a $60,000 per year maintenance fee, which is a lot of money. So there was a question, what exactly are we getting for that type of money? So I do want to give you a walkthrough of kind of what it might look like for community development in particular, but I also have some things in finance and HR that would be assisted with a new software program. Another possible idea to discuss is being more aggressive with funding, the community swimming pool or our recreation center. So I do have some ideas and alternatives for that for consideration. There have been some discussions of making some upgrades to the main city park, along with possibly a study or other options to address Center Street, considering how wide it is, yet it's not necessarily a through street. What are some options with that? Another one that we have discussed is the possibly going ahead and funding the flashing crosswalk at 78 South and 240 East. So I have some options on that too. So first, I'm going to try to give you a 5-minute brief description of what the technology needs assessment included. I do still want to come back and do a more thorough debriefing of what exactly that assessment involved and what the process was and what the outcomes are. So this is really just a 30,000 foot view of it. So we had a consultant come in and looked at our core business functions, our core business information software and workflow to determine if there would be efficiencies that we could be gained with either different software, utilizing the software we have now better, or doing more training. The consultant we used was Barry Dunn. They issued what's called an RFI, or request for information, to various software vendors. This wasn't a formal proposal for these vendors to provide product, but they would come and say, yes, we can provide these criteria the city has set. And then they would give some rough pricing to give us an idea if we were to move forward with a formal request for proposal, what types of costs would we be looking at. So I do have a list of some of the major things that came out of this study. One is having a more centralized document repository, which we currently have through SharePoint, Microsoft SharePoint. So that's a training issue on that end. It did identify the need to integrate finance and HR applications. Right now, we're doing a lot of duplicate entry. There's a lot of HR functions that are just completely missing, such as onboarding, self-service for employees, them being able to submit their own W-4 and that type of thing. And the recommendation was newer additional software. With community development in particular, there really isn't a integrated public-facing portal for that, for a customer to, or a business to submit their own plans, for example, for approval through the city. The recommendation was newer and additional software. Overall in the city, just having greater electronic and remote payment processing options. We did see this with the pandemic when the city was shut down. Community development was having to take payments over the phone. They were having to come into City Hall to process those payments. So there's definitely some better ways of doing that. Another one that came up was we don't have a fully functioning asset management system, which is what Public Works would use. Their recommendation was to fully implement our current system or replace that system. We have some electronic workflows and approvals, but it's not system-wide throughout the entire city. So their recommendation was to look at either newer additional software, utilize the software we have currently in place, see if there's other options. They did also recommend offsite data storage for disaster recovery. The next year's budget does recommend funding that, so IT would at least be able to store those files out of state. So if there was a disaster to happen, we would be able to be up and running with our critical systems fairly quickly. And greater utility billing function. We are able to bill with our system, but there are definitely some enhancements or features that I think would help both city staff and then also our residents understand and interact with the city in a better way. And they had recommended newer additional software. So since I brought up community development, I thought was a way I could show it. They might get an idea of what the system would look like. I unfortunately don't live in Midvale. I wasn't able to find a house when there was only like 7 on the market when I was looking. So I do live in a city that has one of these community development portals. When I moved into my house, I had to apply for an encroachment permit to have the pod put in the street. So I was able to, I can actually show you what the process was like. So I went to their website, I saw the different types of permit options that are available. Once I clicked on the one I needed, the permit I needed, I submitted an application. One thing I had to do for the city was they wanted an aerial photo of my lot and where the pod would go. I was actually able to upload that onto their to their portal. You probably can't see it in the upper right-hand corner. That's an approval from the city that they've reviewed and approved of this diagram. So that was all done electronically, so there wasn't paper passing through engineering and community development to get that approved. Once the city approved the application, I was able to see the status. I was able to go in. I got an email from the portal saying, yes, your application's been approved. If it hadn't been, or if I hadn't heard, I can go on and get an immediate status of where my application's at. I was also able to print, this is the actual permit. I was able to print it through the portal, so then I could go out and put it on the pod. A nice thing is they had a question about my application. They were able to send me an email. I was able to log into the portal, answer their question. They got it immediately. I was also able to pay through the portal, so I only logged into one place, made my application, uploaded my documents, made my payment. It was ready to go. So overall, that was a quick and easy process. I know on the city side, because I was actually at this city when we implemented it, they're able to, a lot of the different functions with community development and engineering are able to go through this software product. So every step of every department can see what is happening with this application. They're not having to call somebody over in engineering and say, hey, what's going on with this, or vice versa. Over on the HR and finance side, just a few things. So our UB program, both what we see inside as city staff and then what the customers are seeing, definitely lacks functionality. I know all of you have gone on to make a payment with Express Bill Pay. It does what it's supposed to. You see a dollar amount, you see a very simple bill, you can pay it. But if you have questions about what your consumption was last year, maybe more detailed information on your bill, you have to dig through multiple screens to find it if it's even there. That example we can work on in the interim. That doesn't necessarily have to wait for new software, but it's an example of what we're lacking right now. One of the major things, especially in accounts payable, is there's duplicate data entry between the invoices being scanned into our document management system and then our Cassell, which is our system. So when an admin assistant enters in their invoice, they're entering in the data in Cassell, then they go and repeat it in the document management system. Normally, the answer to that is, well, we can just do an integration. Integrations are dollar signs. I put 4. That's probably, our IT director could probably say that's an understatement. To give you an idea on cost, we, with our CARES Act funding, we did do that plea and abeyance integration with Chorus, which is the court management system, which was a fairly easy integration in terms of what data had to be transferred to Chorus and vice versa. That ended up costing $43,000. So integrating like our document management system into the enterprise system would be significantly more. So that begs the question, would it be ultimately cheaper and more efficient to get something that had that integration already built in? It's also, our current system lacks a forward-facing portal. So some of the more sophisticated systems, vendors can upload their invoices to the city electronically. They can submit their tax information. They can see what payments have been made. They can update electronic remittance information, which we unfortunately don't have. And one thing we've identified is just having a more substantial contract management system to manage the contracts of the city to make sure things aren't falling through the cracks. I've done HR a disservice, but some of their major issues is they don't have a self-service portal for both citizens and applicants. So like W-4s, as I had mentioned, there's a lack of onboarding, consistent onboarding capabilities. And then our current performance management and recruitment software doesn't talk with our ERP system. And all this is just to show you what a new system might provide that we don't currently have. Another comment by the council was possibly being more aggressive in showing to the county that we are putting money aside for a community pool recreation center. So there are a few options if the council wanted to move that direction that we could go. One is we can use any general fund balance over 5%. So we are required by the state to have at least 5% in our savings account. So that would free 2.7 million we could budget towards that project. Another option is we have in our financial policies, we like to keep around 15% in that account. If we lowered it from the 18% I've put in the tentative budget to 15, that would be around another 663,000. And then a third option I thought of is we do have a number of capital projects that haven't been started yet, and they're not in the planning process. We could reallocate funds from those, which would be around 900,000. So of course, there's some advantages and disadvantages to moving these funds around. The advantages is it would show the county that we're serious, that we have funds available, we have allocated it to those projects. Another advantage is if for some reason we got in a dire situation, it would be very easy to transfer the money back to the general fund. It would just be a budget amendment. There's some noticing requirements, but within a month, we would have the legal, we could do that legally. Some of the disadvantages of moving money out of the general fund is it could potentially downgrade our city's debt ratings. So every couple years, the city, the rating agencies will rate the city's debt. So a good example of that is the RDA bonds that are backed both with tax increment and sales tax. Even though we're not pledging our savings account, they do look at what the city's reserves are when they assign that debt rating. And most likely if we went down to a lower amount or the state minimum, they would look at that negatively. Another thing which is minor is just the way that the money flows into the city. We see, of course, our property tax funds come in around November, and generally from July through October till we see those funds, sometimes we're running a negative balance in the general fund, a negative cash balance, which isn't a concern normally because we do what's called pooled cash. So the other funds lend the general fund money until that property tax revenue comes in, or we see the December sales tax amount. With right now, the interest rates are so low. I mean, we're not talking a huge amount of money, but it is a consideration. Another thing is if we do issue debt in the future, say for example, we needed to issue debt to help the county build a recreation center or a pool, we may pay more in interest costs for that bond because they'll see we have less reserves in the general fund. And then another thing just to consider is right now on the county's calendar, they have it around the year 2026. So we would have these funds sitting in the capital projects fund until then. So I do have some recommendations to consider. The first one is if we do want to direct more funds to the swimming pool, my recommendation would be to allocate those funds above the 15% financial policy minimum or reallocate existing capital projects funds to that project. Another thing which I think is new that we haven't necessarily done in the past is I'm very conservative, as you've noticed with my budgeting, and I don't project out what our surplus will be at the end of the current fiscal year. I make the assumption that whatever we've budgeted to either pull or add to fund balance is the amount, and that we're going to spend every dime we have in expenditures, and we're going to receive every single dime we budget in revenues. So normally that's not the case, and usually we do have some funds remaining at the end of the year. Normally what I would do is in September, October, when we know what those numbers are and the auditors have come in and said those numbers are good, I'd come back to you as a council and say, okay, this is our surplus for the year. Do you have any ideas on how you'd like to allocate that out? I would recommend as an option, waiting until September, October, when we know what our current year surplus is, and at that point determine if any of that should be allocated to this project. With that, I've got a few others. They're not as detailed as those past couple. When there have been some recommendations to make some upgrades to the main city park. Our staff recommendation is we will be going through, if the budget's approved, a parks master plan process, and that would include the main city park and possible upgrades needed there. So that would be a great opportunity to address those and put those into the plan. The alternative is we do have funds already set aside for the eventual improvement of the main park, and those could be used to make those happen sooner than later. Another one I mentioned was the update to Center Street. This will be partially addressed it's already partially addressed through the Main Street Small Area Plan, so that covers Holden to I-15. It would also be addressed in the Transportation Master Plan study. But another alternative is we could accelerate and do a separate study and reallocate funds from another project to do that. And then finally, the flashing crosswalk on 78 South and 240 East. What I had done with those funds after the initial discussion of funding this was I moved those to the main city park. That tended to be where I put any excess funds after we looked at what capital projects we were recommending for funding. So I could move funding back to cover that project. And with that, I've got the chart again that just goes over the projects that are currently in the tentative budget, including the park improvements, which ended up being the catch-all for any funds that we had available of 180,000. The grant matches that Matt had discussed, those grants we'd received. The master plan and impact fee studies for both parks and transportation. Right now in the tentative budget, the recommendation is 50,000 towards the swimming pool project. and that shouldn't say IT fund. I missed that. The technology needs assessment. So right now, we have 100,000 in our existing budget that was supposed to be used for the Holden Street sidewalk, and we were going to do a 50-50 partnership with the RDA. The RDA has agreed to pay for 100% of that project. So right now we do have that recommended to go to IT to start putting seed money in for these software projects. And then the Main Street utility upgrades, facility maintenance, which we've discussed a few times. And then the 2 IT projects, the server replacements that are needed, and then the storage replacements. So, and then just once again, the 2 projects we didn't recommend for funding as administration, one was an additional 50,000 to the Housing Trust Fund. Currently that has 150,000 in it. And then the flashing crosswalk. But as I said, if that's a council priority, we could certainly move some money around. So with that, I've given you a lot of information in a short period of time. And I do have a list, and I can also send this out to you, council. It's a list of the current projects we have that haven't been started or aren't in the planning stage that could be possibly reallocated. So we already have about 356,000, and that's before any contribution this year for the Main City Park. The Housing Trust Fund does have 150,000 budgeted in it. We do have a gateway project for 7,200 to improve the signage coming into the city. We do have 200,000 right now in the community swimming pool account. As I said, the Holden Street sidewalk that the RDA has agreed to pay for. We do have 75,000 allocated right now for overflow parking for the City Hall building, 25,000 for property acquisition. We had about 5,000 left when we bought Christmas decorations that just was carried forward. And then 20,000 for the 50-50 sidewalk program. So the direction, and as I said, doesn't necessarily have to be tonight. It's late and you're probably budgeted out with all the budget I've given you tonight. If there's anything on the list that you disagree with, that would help us as we move towards crafting the final budget. If there's any projects you want to see additional funding to, or anything that you want to see on the list that you haven't seen on the list that it could have some further discussion.
There's a little triangular piece of property on 10th East, just south of South Union Avenue. Have you got money in there to start working that in the future?
I do not, unless
There's not, no, at this point, we do not have funds directly allocated to make improvements to that park, though it would be something that would be included in the larger parks master plan because we would make it open space.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
I was a little confused by the pool discussion because I know we've been putting 50,000 in per year, but then I saw 2.7 million,
So,
which is pretty
well,
shocking.
what that was trying to show was if the council determines they want to be more aggressive with showing we have the funding allocated to it, this would be the maximum amount you'd have to pull. Like if you, as a council, decided, I want to pull all of our available reserves, move it to the pool to show the county, look, we are very serious. We have this money set aside. You could pull $2.7 million out of the general fund and still be in legal compliance
But
with the state.
to my knowledge, this is still just a dream of ours, that we don't have anything official signed between Mid-Val City and the county and the school district and any of those entities. Is that correct?
That's right. We have had a meeting with, there was a meeting a couple years ago or year and a half ago or whatnot. Couple meetings with them where they had indicated that they were supportive of the project. Subsequently, in the last, it was a week ago or a week and a half ago, I was in touch again with the county, both the recreation department and the mayor's office. They are saying that they have to sort of go back through and do a reevaluation, but they don't think that that's a negative thing. It's just as time goes on, they'll have to continue to do that. And the funding that we're looking for is in 2026. There's nothing that has been indicated that that proceeding with the project would be there's nothing negative, no headwinds that we're seeing on that other than the amount of time before this would actually get done. The only thing that they brought back up when I spoke with them last week that we haven't talked about for a little bit is that they were concerned about the potential impact on the number of fields that are available, baseball fields, because the rec center would go where they are now. And so we would have to find some locations for baseball fields, but I think there are options for us to be able to do that. So anyways, there's more discussions that need to happen in the near future with them. That's just kind of where we're at with it. There's nothing negative, but we are a number of years away from having funded.
And until we get there, I would be against all three of those. You know, we have a tough time saying, let's do $36,000 for ranked choice voting. And now we're going to say 663, the lowest, 663,000 for a swimming pool project with the county that may or may not ever happen. You know, seems to be, it'd be nice to have that money in an account, but it would also be nice to have an agreement with the county that the pool is going to happen before we start allocating those large dollar amounts into an account.
However, if you have an account set up, it demonstrates our desire, and we're willing to put our pocketbook where our mouth is. And so they recognize that as more important than, well, tomorrow we're going to vote on this. Are you going to do anything from the city side? Well, we haven't thought about it. We haven't got anything yet. Because that's what stymied us this time. Other cities had large bankrolls and were able to get their projects. We had nothing, and ours just slipped away. So I'd like to have as much as possible in that fund so that in 2024, when they're calculating out that next 4 years, our pool gets serious consideration.
It's just a shame, that seems to be like on the verge of dirty political, like you have to show us the 2.7 before we'll say that your city is interested in having one of our recreational facilities. I mean, you're saying right now we have 2.7 million if we wanted to.
Yeah, if we
So
took
we
the
could say to
resources
the
we have
county,
available.
we can say we have 2.7 million. We don't need to actually put that somewhere. We have it available. If they were to say, okay, pool is happening 2026, we're breaking ground. And until then, I think the 50,000 a year is fine. It's plenty. It's just a number on a piece of paper as it is. If there was some catastrophe in Mid-Val City, that would be one of the first funds we would take money out of.
I have two thoughts on this as well. One, we kind of had the funding that they would have wanted when we had the other site. So it's not totally true to say we weren't prepared with the county. We were prepared. We're at a different site. Just on the 11th hour, we decided to change. So I could see why the county would be slow, but we had several $1 million from a private investor at one point to build a pool. So that probably could have helped us, and we probably would have groundbreaking on a pool already or moving on it. And there's that. So we made the decision to not. What worries me is I personally think Mayor Wilson has a very tough chance of winning re-election because of the coronavirus. A lot of people are mad, like people from like the theater community are mad at her, like because of restrictions she's put on. And so, a lot of people that usually are on board with her might not be. And so now we have gone from Ben McAdams to Mayor Wilson to like this other candidate that could
She did win re-election though.
When's the next one up? It's before 2026 though, right?
2020, so she'll be up. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like between the coronavirus edition, she might have a hard time is my point. And if that's the case, then we now have gone through, a third mayor that might be totally uninterested. So I don't know what what the best one is. The 2.7 is obviously not, I would rather put 13,000 towards a crosswalk by a school than 2.7 for something that may or may not happen in 2026.
Yeah, we just have too many projects that we can use. If we have that money to spend on projects, then there are certainly more pressing ones to put it towards.
One option that might be a good alternative, just based off of the comments, is waiting till September, October, when we know what the fiscal year 2021 surplus is.
I don't mind the surplus idea, and then come and talk to us, because if it's like huge, maybe we want to do a couple other things besides just the pool. But
Right.
if it's like an extra like 50 or 60 grand or something or whatever, we can.
I hate throwing out numbers just because I can look over at Public Works, and one not expected thing can blow the budget. But our revenues are looking good. Our sales tax is looking better than we were expecting, and all the departments are spending within their limits. So, I mean, we should have a decent surplus at the end of the year, just based off of revenues alone.
My opinion is that I would like to put $200,000 into the account each year. And in 5 years, we'd have about $1 million. And that 200,000 wouldn't, we could take it out of our fund balance, and we can always put it back in if we need to. But if we just do 200,000 a year, it shows that we're interested, we want a swimming pool, and we still have the money there if we absolutely have to use it. I'm not saying that we put 2.7 million or anything even close to that. I just think that we need to show that we're interested, that we are proceeding and we want it. That's my opinion.
That's my feeling too. I think we need to.
So I've heard two different approaches. One is let's either wait and see what the balance is that comes out of, or the fund balance, or what's the word I'm looking for? The
Surplus.
Surplus, thank you. Surplus that comes out of this budget is sort of the one approach that I'm hearing, and then we can discuss it in the fall, how much to put in there. And the other is, let's put $200,000 in there this year and going forward. I don't know that we have a clear count on that. How would you like for us to proceed? Should we just do a thumbs up on which approach?
Yeah, I mean, I think me and Dustin said surplus, and Paul said 200,000. So I think we just need to hear from.
I'm with surplus.
Sounds like surplus it is.
And then just, I've heard some comments about the flashing crosswalk. Is that something you would at least like to put back in the budget?
Has there been any study?
Well, I think the difference is that there already is a flashing light there.
Oh.
So the thought was they have a flashing speed limit sign. So by taking that out and putting the other one in,
When we met on site, there's already a flashing school crossing sign there. There is the radar.
Please talk up.
Sorry. So when we met on site, there's already the flashing crosswalk sign. There's a speed radar feedback sign. It's in front of a school. There's signage everywhere already. And at least where we were looking, if we were looking in the right spot, the cross curbs didn't even line up. So there's not really a good location to put it. So my recommendation is that it's not needed. There's sufficient signage there, but we will.
I've heard a ton from the neighborhood, and I don't know if it's just because they redid the school, there's some noise there, and they redid the traffic flow a little bit by adding the turn lane. But it's not even in my area, and I've heard plenty of people. So I don't know if is it your area?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, that's the only reason why I bring it up, is because people have reached out to me. They're like, "This is so dangerous," and every time I drive by it, I don't think it's as dangerous as how Center Street was for the school. But I don't drive there every day, so I can't have a totally informed opinion. So that's why I brought it up.
Chief, where there's the flashing school crosswalk there, I'm assuming that there's a crossing guard there as well. So
yes, sir.
Yeah. The initial assessment was that it's probably
those resources could probably use somewhere else, but we'll do what you'd like.
Yeah, I think we've got adequate signage right there. I don't know if putting up another sign would help anything with the issues that are already there.
It might just be growing pains for another year or two until everyone else gets used to it. But they're also mad about those like 2 townhomes that are being built right across the street at the same time. So there was a lot that happened. I was being more like giving an example of, I wouldn't want to just put 2.7 million in when we have, citizens wanting what they think is relevant at the time.
Due to the amount, it would be fairly easy to reallocate from another project. It's, I mean, 13,000 is a lot, but in the grand scheme of things and capital projects, it's not. So if this is needed down the road, I'm sure we could find a way to fund it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That it?
Yes.
Thank you, Kyle. Entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you. As soon as you're ready, Matt, we'll take up the redevelopment. We're going to take a 5-minute break while Matt's getting the system set up for restroom, drinks. meeting back to order. Midvale City Redevelopment Agency. I want to welcome everybody that's here for this important meeting. If you want to make public comments, follow the instructions I gave at the beginning of the city council meeting. Let's have a roll call.
Okay, board member Sperry,
I am here.
Brown,
Here.
Robinson. Here. Glover
Here.
and Gettle.
Here.
Thank you. Are there any public that would like to make a comment? Seeing none. Laura, did you have any comments?
No, Mayor, I don't have any comments.
All right. We'll now proceed then with a public hearing. I'll entertain a motion to open a public hearing.
I move that we open a public hearing.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to open a public hearing. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, we're going to consider adoption of the Redevelopment Agency of Midvale City fiscal year 2022 tentative budget beginning July 1st, 2021 and ending June 30, 2022. And this will be presented by Cody Hill. Cody?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Redevelopment Agency Board. I'm excited to be here tonight and present to you a tentative budget for the Redevelopment Agency.
He is very chipper.
I was gonna say, you have. I
Very chipper.
10:45.
You know,
I appreciate
I
you.
gotta be here.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I'm ready for a
So,
moment.
just want to start with our mission, vision, values. When we're putting together the budget, we really consider what our mission, vision, and values are. And our values, that's something that we actually readdress every single week. We have an RDA staff meeting and we nominate one of our staff members for exemplifying one of our values. So that is something that's prescient, something that we think about a lot. So know that this tentative budget that I'm presenting was very much influenced and shaped by our values and not just, you know, our obligations and kind of meeting the status quo. So here's an overview of what our budget is. This looks at all of our different funds as well as our revenues. You'll see kind of the big takeaways are that our Jordan Bluffs RDA is online. It is collecting tax increment. This will be the year 2 increment for fiscal year 2022. We received year 1 this year and have met our obligations for that. We weren't quite expecting that first year of tax increment, but we're good with it. We're gonna do great things in Jordan Bluffs, and we're already seeing a lot of development, and having it triggered is just gonna make the urgency for development even more prescient. Other big takeaways, note that our operations budget, our administrative budget is going to be decreasing by 24%. What that is mostly doing is it's actually allocating resources where they should be allocated. So the housing manager position in the past, it's just been funded by admin when really that should be funded by housing, everything that the housing manager does. And then we recently lost Jessica Stevens, wonderful employee, wonderful projects manager, and we're going to be contemplating replacing her position with a housing project specialist. So someone that will focus more on housing, probably about 60% of the time, and then 40% of the time with RDA projects. And so 60% of that will be, budgeted will be supported by housing funds. Other big takeaways. Main Street CDA, we're just going to be pumping resources into that from housing and also infusing through a transfer from Bingham Junction to Main Street to support a revolving loan program. And then there's some other funds, 3 funds that I think are a little bit superfluous. And in the future, I plan on actually just getting rid of those funds and consolidating their fund balance where it belongs, either in Bingham Junction or in housing. So the RDA operations, as I mentioned, this fund is actually going to be seeing about a 0.25%, 24.1% decrease in overall expenditures. And I already explained why. It's kind of shifting the resources where it's coming from over to housing. And the Bingham Junction project area, it's doing great. We're just going to continue to meet our obligations to the developers, the tax increment reimbursement agreements, the debt service, and then also the $1.5 million transfer to Main Street to fund a revolving loan program is the big takeaway with that fund. Jordan Bluffs project area, it's going to be year 2, and the majority of the funding is going to be going towards our development reimbursement agreements and housing, and then with a little bit going towards administration. Main Street is going to be receiving a big influx from Bingham Junction, 1.5 million to fund the revolving loan program. And then the beautiful thing about that is that really we're going to be doing a lot of vetting to make sure that our obligation is met and we can return that money back to Bingham Junction and meet the legal requirement for use of funds for that project area. And then these 3 funds, I intend on actually just eliminating in this next fiscal year, transferring the fund balance probably to Bingham Junction for the art maintenance and the program income. And then project area housing is going to be going to citywide housing. And we have recommended about $1.2 million expenditures, which is a decrease in what was budgeted last year. But we're going to be, as you can see, year to date, it's only $515,000 that has actually been spent in that fund. So we're focusing in on what we're spending money on. We have daily, weekly, and monthly tasks associated with spending this money. We see it as really not just, throwing out a number there, but it's very much connected with a big goal and tasks leading up to achieve it. And so those are the big takeaways for the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget. Happy to take any questions.
What's the total budget of all projects, like just of the RDA in total?
Yeah, so the total expenditures is 8.8 million. And that doesn't include transfers between funds because that happens a lot. That's just money that we anticipate spending.
Okay. I would be interested to see how that number has grown over the past 5 years or so.
Yeah, so the primary source of funding has come from Bingham Junction, and it has leveled off in the past, I would say, 3 years. And then you would see probably a decrease from, probably 6 million and then 5 million. Good. Other questions?
Thank you. Anybody in the audience like to make a comment on this during the public hearing? Not again.
Chief Thomas.
Okay, Laura, have you got any comments on this?
No, Mayor, I don't have any comments.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
I move that we close the public hearing.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Any comments or questions on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? None. Okay. I'll entertain a motion on.
Mayor, I move we adopt resolution number 2021-07 RDA adopting the redevelopment agency of Midvale City fiscal year 2022 tentative budget beginning July 1st, 2021 and ending June 30th, 2022.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion? Rory, would you ask the question?
Yes, Board Member Brown,
Yes.
Gettle,
Yes.
Glover,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
and Robertson. Aye.
Thank you. Our next item is a consent agenda to consider approval of the April 2021 minutes and to set a time of June 1st, 2021 at 7 p.m. That's a joke. For a public hearing to consider adoption of the redevelopment agency of Midvale City fiscal year 2022 final budget beginning July 1st, 2021 and ending June 30, 2022.
I move that we approve the consent agenda.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on the consent agenda approval. Any comments or questions? Hearing none. Rory, would you pop the question?
Yes. Board Member Gettle,
Yes.
Glover,
Aye.
Sperry.
Aye.
Robinson. Aye. And Brown.
Yes.
Motion to
All right.
adjourn.
Motion to adjourn. All right. As soon as you're ready, we're ready to start our next one.
Did you need to do anything? Are you good? Okay. He's quick.
Okay, I want to call to order the Midvale City Municipal Building Authority meeting on this May 4th, 2021. And welcome everyone and ask that a roll be called of attendees.
Okay. Board Member Sperry.
Here.
Brown.
Here.
Robinson. Here. Glover.
Here.
And Gettle.
Here.
Thank you. Or anybody in the public would like to bring up any public comments? Seeing none. Laura, have you got any public comments?
No public comments, Mayor.
Okay, we'll now move then to a public hearing to consider the Municipal Building Authority fiscal 2022 tentative budget beginning July 1, 2021 and ending June 30, 2022.
I move that we go into a public hearing.
Second.
We got a motion and a second to go in this public hearing. Any comments or questions on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, Kyle, give us the skinny on this.
Thank you. This one's fairly easy. So this is our bond for the City Hall parks and streetlight bond. The revenue we receive from both the general fund. We also receive lease income from the Boys and Girls Club and Head Start. And then the street lighting fund pays for their portion of the streetlight bond. Of note, that only has 2 more years after this fiscal year, and then that would be paid off. So that'll free up some money for streetlight projects. The only major thing is we pay a bond trustee that actually makes our bond payments. Their rates have gone up considerably. So I did need to budget an additional $2,500 for that, but otherwise it's just a normal debt service payments, nothing of note.
Any comments or questions for Kyle on this tentative budget?
I don't really have one. I just told Matt there's no way we're getting out before 11. So I'm trying to think of like a 6-minute question to like prove that it was not going to happen because I don't
I
want
can
him to
talk
be right
about the NBA bond for
all
10,
day
15
for like
minutes.
6 or 7 minutes.
Please don't.
All right. Fine. All right. I have nothing. We're good. On this one time, I'll give it to Matt. We're good.
Is this like the shortest PowerPoint ever?
Yeah.
I mean,
I think
one
so.
slide, 2 slides,
Well,
3?
there's just two in the cover.
All right. I move that we close the public hearing.
Second.
We got a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Any comments or questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Opposed?
You did open that to public comment, right?
We did.
We did.
Okay, I was just making sure.
Sure.
All right, then.
You made the motion.
Make a motion. Entertain a motion on this action.
Mayor, I move that we adopt Resolution 2021-01 MBA, adopting the Municipal Building Authority fiscal year 2022 tentative budget beginning July 1st, 2021 and ending June 30th, 2022.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments or questions on the motion? Rory?
Board Member Brown.
Yes.
Gettle.
Yes.
Glover.
Aye.
Sperry.
Aye.
I'm Robinson. Aye.
Okay, good. Our consent agenda is next to consider the minutes of April 20, 2021, and to set a date and time being June 1st, 2021 at 7 PM. Again, that's even a joke worse than the first. For a public hearing to consider the Municipal Building Authority fiscal 2022 final budget beginning July 1, 2021 and ending June 30, 2022.
I move that we approve the consent agenda.
Second.
We got a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Any comments or questions on the motion? Hearing none. Rory?
Board Member Gettle.
Yes.
Glover.
Aye.
Sperry.
Aye.
Robinson. Aye. And Brown.
One final motion?
Yes.
Motion to adjourn.
All
My
right.
vote counted, guys.
How did we do? How did we do?
I guess it passed.
We can't beat 11.
10:56.
Ooh.